backwards, baby. Put your back into it, smash it, grab it, go.
Yeah. Fuck. Fucker, flipper, bender, backwards, baby.
Into it, smash it, grab it, go.
Yeah. Fucker. Yeah. Fucker, flipper, bender, backwards. Yeah. Fucker, flipper, bender, backwards. Yeah.
Fucking hell, I'm trying to talk.
Fucker, flipper, bender, back. Yeah.
Oh, so they're fucking basically. Hey, you wanna listen to some Class of '09? Because that would be so funny. Oh my god, I just realized I haven't finished Class of '09 yet. You know what? Yeah, let's... The flip side's coming. Good thing. I don't remember which one I have and which one I haven't played. Wah. I feel who's behind the line. Okay, so I have confirmed that it's a 20-second delay. Now, which watch to reach ending.
Wearing them, but contacts hurt my eyes.
Nerdy? No, they're like really distinctive in a hot way. You could like be in Playboy with a quadratic formula tramp stamp.
Tramp stamp? Like the back tattoo?
Yeah, dudes could study it while he... Cool teacher.
Huh. If that's the case, being strict is a part of the job, but it is...
Doesn't care, and I still have all of senior year to get through. My life's just a game. A sick, hopeless game. Like, I've never really been religious, but if God is some introvert loser sitting in their computer chair, I really hope they can help me through this.
Hey, you're on time.
I'm already so fucking over this.
All I said was hi.
I wish I was high. Do you think I'm here this early by choice?
What is it this time?
I'm still awake from last night because my mom accidentally took one of my brother's Adderalls.
Instead of what?
I don't know, like Oxy or morphine or something. They give old people heroin pills to mellow out over gas prices.
Do those pills even look the same?
Anyway, so she won't shut the fuck up over how many days I missed. I'm like, Mom, if I can't go to sleep, I'm gonna miss another day.
Well, wasn't she right? You're here early for the first time in forever.
Oh my god, it's like I'm talking to a guy. Can't you just agree with me and say, yeah, she's a bitch?
Okay, sorry, Nicole. Your mom is a bitch fucking whore.
See, now I feel better. This is why we have friends.
We're really white.
Oh, guys, what's up? Did I tell you I got an iPhone for my birthday?
That's cool.
We talk to you like once a month.
Oh. Well, yeah, it's crazy, because, like, I didn't know iPhones could do this much, bro.
Will it kill an Asian child, or is that just when it's being made?
That's, nah, but, like, there's all these cool apps. Like, I know there's YouTube and stuff, but there's apps where you can, like, shoot guns and pop bubbles and stuff.
You mean games?
It's not even like games, it's just apps. Like, there's an app for this, there's an app for that.
Is there an app that'll make you fuck off and kill yourself?
Is that like a joke, or are we...
Just go!
You guys are crazy.
That alone was way too much in the morning. There's no way I'm getting through these classes.
Are you gonna skip again?
What choice did he just leave me? I can't see anyone like him for the rest of the day, or I'm gonna go insane. Come on, let's go somewhere.
I have a quiz today, Nicole.
Oh, you're gonna miss your Scantron memory game? Just retake it tomorrow.
Fine. So where are we even going? This is probably your worst idea yet.
What's easier than sitting in the cafeteria?
Skipping in school is worse than just actually going to class. There's no TV or alcohol or anything here.
Yeah, but is there an ice cream vending machine at home?
That shit doesn't even fucking work!
No, I think it's working this week.
Okay, even if it is, we cut school and eat ice cream all day. What are we, 6? I need drugs, Nicole.
What, so now if you're 6, you can't do drugs anymore?
I could be in math right now staring at the pregnant girl 2 rows down from me. That would be more entertaining than this.
Our school has a pregnant girl? Do I know her?
Well, if you haven't seen a kid walking around looking 7 months pregnant, then I'm guessing no.
Does she have a camera crew from one of those reality shows?
No, I don't even think she speaks English. She's like a Salvadorian transfer kid.
It's gotta be so weird to be pregnant in school.
Oh, all the guys are so mean about it too. They call her Juno to her face. Like, can't you just fuck off and stare at her like a normal person?
See, this is gossip. We're having fun.
I guess.
No fat, balding piece of shit in a polo shirt telling us, oh, wait.
Girls, we're on our way to class, right?
Fuck.
Yeah, we were just getting water for the plants in AP Ecosystems.
You're seniors. That class is on the other side of the school.
Oh, well, no, the plants are from California, so they only use bottled water.
Yeah, and the cafeteria is the closest place with bottled water.
I'm going to circle back around in a few minutes, and I hope you'll be off to class by the time I get back.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
Pedophile.
What was that?
What the fuck?
Oh, no, pedophile. It's a new slang term. I know it sounds like the other thing, but when we say it, it means cool teacher.
Huh. If that's the case, being strict is a part of the job, but it is good to be a pedophile every now and then.
Oh my god, yeah.
Dude, totally.
I love being a pedophile.
There's no way he actually fell for that.
Why would he say that if he didn't?
What if he's trying to trick us into trying it on someone else? There were no witnesses. He could totally do that.
Or what if he's just actually a pedophile and wanted an excuse to say it?
So you don't think he fell for it either?
No, I'm just saying that's a more likely possibility if he didn't fall for it.
How is that more likely?
Think about it. Why would a man want to be a public school teacher other than to have sex with the kids?
That makes no sense.
Okay, if you're a man, right? You have way more job options, less annoying jobs, but teaching pays like total shit.
Yeah?
So why would a guy go to college for one of the worst paying jobs and one of the only jobs where a man can be around minors 5 days a week?
'Cause they like teaching?
Then why not a university where they actually pay?
I don't know. Not all male teachers are ugly. It's not like they don't have options.
Exactly. Sex with a regular bitch won't do it for him because they want don't tell your parents ass. It's totally fucked up, I know.
Nicole, you need SSRIs really badly.
What are you two doing?
Shit, run.
I go out to check on one staff complaint, and of course, I see students skipping.
I think we're safe.
Safe. Everyone skips here. They're gonna find us.
Everyone does not skip here. This particular girl's bathroom,
Yeah, 'cause it's right next to the vending machines and emergency exit.
it'll be fine, okay? So what's this about me needing SSRIs?
Like, you're cool and everything, but you're just, like, fucked up.
Ooh, drama. I never knew you guys were dating.
What?
No, it was something else.
What are you guys doing here?
Skipping.
God damn it.
Told you.
Maybe you guys could settle a debate for us. Are all male teachers pedophiles?
Here?
100% yes.
All of them? No way.
Kelly, you've never been hit on by a male teacher?
Not really.
You totally have, Kelly. You're just too dumb to notice it.
Bullshit.
Remember when you wore a low-cut shirt and the teacher stood over your shoulder for every single math problem?
He was just being hopeful.
Yeah, then I raised my hand in a sweater. Did he come over? No.
See?
I never said you were wrong. I just think you're insane for having a blueprint on it.
So you guys want to buy some Addies?
Are you serious?
I told you the other bathroom's better. Are you guys here to buy Adderall? No, we're just getting out of a quiz.
Then get the hell out.
Tell that to the other girls. They don't have a quiz to skip.
We were here first.
Yeah, and you guys probably won't even buy Addies or anything.
Are you?
Well, no, but I know they won't either.
Is anyone here actually gonna buy Addies?
Let them all know we're here.
How much?
12 a bean.
12 a pill?
Supply and demand, Craven Simone.
We gotta pick a new hiding spot.
Oh, we'll highlight, yeah.
This is way better.
Why didn't you think of this first?
I don't know, I guess kind of scary in here after a while.
You'll do a fat line of anything, but you're afraid of the dark.
No, it's not the dark, it's just really red in here. I feel like the hoes in Amsterdam.
You're gonna be a hoe in Amsterdam if you keep skipping every day.
Hey, what are you guys doing in here?
Uh-oh.
We were just, developing pictures.
But you're not even in this period.
Okay, well, I lied. I don't know what you want to hear, dude.
You're not using the dark room to skip, are you? Some of us actually use this place for academics.
Academics? You think a black and white picture of you holding a leaf is gonna wow Georgetown?
Extracurricular activities make you look really good on college applications.
Do you see how you dress? You wouldn't look good on anything.
I'm not putting up with this. I'm gonna get the principal, and you guys are gonna be expelled for good.
Oh, shit.
You gonna stop by every vending machine on the way?
What?
You know, to keep those love handles plump. That's what you're going for, right?
I don't have big love handles.
Don't be ashamed, right, Jekka?
Yeah, Lane Bryant wouldn't think they're big either.
What? No, I gotta go to math now.
Math class. You doing good in math? A for the year?
A+, actually.
Is the plus for plus size?
Yeah, if you're so good at math, why can't you count your calories?
Is this really necessary?
Is that extra cheese at Chipotle necessary?
I don't get that every time.
Hey, no, we support. Yeah, if you're so good at math, why can't you count your calories?
Is this really necessary?
Is that extra cheese at Chipotle necessary?
I don't get that every time.
Hey, no, we support it. Let's just hope the chairs at Red Lobster can support you too.
It'd be so embarrassing for the chair to break on your first date with your black boyfriend.
Black boyfriend? What the hell?
Oh, you don't like black guys? Because I think they'll love you.
Wow, fat and racist.
So picky with men. At least you're not a picky eater.
I'm not racist!
Shit, where'd she go?
Hopefully not the principal.
I feel like we just gave her more fuel. Yeah, that might have entirely backfired.
Yeah. God, I'm so hungry after doing that.
The Red Lobster cheesy biscuits?
Fuck no, Chipotle.
You don't like the cheesy biscuits?
They're okay.
I'm a whore for the cheesy biscuits.
You say you're a whore for everything.
Oh yeah, like what?
Bottled water, massages, internet, Burt's Bees, McDonald's french fries, Percocet, American Spirits, Blink-182.
We need to hang out less.
We need to get the fuck out of here before Karen comes back with a principal.
New hiding spot.
I couldn't sell a single Addy. It's like Catholic school all over again.
Are we going in circles?
Yeah, this does look familiar.
There you are! You have a lot of explaining to do.
Shit, back to the bathroom.
It's gonna be crowded.
Look, there's a perfectly good explanation.
Oh, I'd love to hear why referring to yourself as a pedophile would ingratiate yourself with your class.
A couple students told me about it. They said it means I'm a cool teacher.
Cool teachers have pizza parties and Jeopardy PowerPoints. They don't imply they're molesters.
Come on, it was an isolated incident. Won't happen again.
Then why did Kelly scream, "I knew it," after you tried your little slang?
What? No, you haven't heard? I knew it is actually slang for "you're awesome."
Do you think I'm fucking stupid?
No, but I guess I am.
Oh, it's empty.
I told you this is a good hiding spot.
Ew, do you smell that?
Oh god, I guess that's why it's empty.
Who the fuck threw up in here?
Oh my god, they're still here.
I just want to be loved.
You bullied her into being fucking bulimic.
Dude, she was probably already bulimic.
I told myself yesterday would be the last time. I'm sorry, Daniel Radcliffe.
See, told ya, we had nothing to do with this.
Well, if we don't get out of here, I'm gonna throw up.
God, we gotta change too. We probably smell like vomit by now.
Yeah, now I can never look at this shirt again without thinking about how we made a bulimic girl relapse.
Can I have it?
Sure, whatever. I'm going back to class now. Figure this out on your own.
I don't know how to shade skin. That's true, though. Oh, no hair, honestly. I don't know what I'm doing. I think you can tell. The fucking red barely shows up. Wow. What do I do? Like, do I shade her, like darker areas and then put on a layer or something? I'm lost. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, let's get a. I didn't pause, by the way. That's just the video. Literally, the guy making the video just not playing. I think he went to take a shit. Oh, oops.
student teacher.
Uh-huh.
Crispin.
Here.
Emily.
Uh-huh.
Emily.
Dude, I'm literally standing in front of you.
Just making sure we do it right.
Do what right?
Taking attendance. Nicole. Tardy.
The fuck you mean tardy? I'm here.
Meaning you're late?
Since when are you in charge of that? You're a student like the rest of us.
As of last week, not anymore. Miss Tegan made me student teacher while she's off working on a professional stage production.
What makes you so special?
I was top of the drama class junior year. We can't have a bad actor teach the class.
Well, I don't think you're a good actor either. You probably couldn't even lie to the police.
Yeah, honestly.
Don't take her side.
Why not? She's right.
Because I'm your student teacher, and I have the power to write you up. Any other questions?
Has a guy ever killed himself while dating you?
So anyway, today we'll break up into 2 separate groups. One will do a table read exercise, the other will be improvised acting. So who wants to do what?
I don't want to do anything. The teacher isn't even here. Can't we just hang out?
Why would you sign up for drama if you don't even care about acting?
It's a fuck around class. Like we're gonna be actors one day?
Yeah, no offense, Megan, but you're kind of not pretty enough to be in movies. I don't get why you want to act.
Acting isn't about looks. It's about talent and creativity.
When's the last time you saw an ugly girl star in a movie?
Stop calling me ugly.
No, I'm not calling you ugly.
I am.
You're just like...
Like what?
You look like the girl from Harry Potter, but not photogenic.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
All right, I'm done with this. Get in your groups or I'm writing all of you up. So just read aloud, but act it out as if you were saying it on stage.
Who's playing who?
Emily, you'll play the cadet, and Nicole, you'll play the captain.
Swell. What do you think you're doing, young lady?
Sorry, I'm just nervous. Like that?
Yeah, great. So you guys play out the scene. I'll be back in a bit.
Nervous about what? Missing home?
I am nervous about dying in a war I didn't start.
You better finish it, cadet.
Why don't we start loving instead of fighting? This sucks.
Yeah, no fight in you, huh? What the fuck is this?
I'm back. How you guys doing so far?
Decent?
Yeah, this script's ass. Who wrote this?
I wrote it. It's not ass.
It's pretty ass.
It's J-Lo after her second kid ass.
Like you could write a better script.
Than this, I totally could.
About what?
About a girl whose superpower is all her insides are poisonous. So if a guy molests her, his eyes melt out of his head and he dies in a slow, grueling pain.
So then he can't deny it. That's good.
Why wouldn't you just make it so her superpower avoids getting molested altogether?
Who the fuck would want to watch that? Her superpower is nothing happens. Wow, great movie idea.
Can you just keep reading? It's for a grade, you know.
Whatever. My heart beats to love, not fight. Who the fuck is this for?
It reads like the anime cartoons Jeffrey likes.
Who's Jeffrey again?
He's the weird kid with glasses who draws pictures of girls he has crushes on.
Oh, he would like shit like this.
Guys, I'm right here.
We know.
Can you get back to reading? I gotta grade your acting.
Oh my god, your heart beats to March, cadet. Hut 1234, Hut 1234.
Nicole?
What? I'm reading.
It's like a drill sergeant. You read it like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Do I remotely look like I'm even in the same universe of giving a shit as you are?
Besides, we're the ones acting. Creative liberty.
Exactly.
Whatever, keep going.
How can you march for someone else's death? I'll march this foot up your ass, ho.
That's not what I wrote.
Creative liberty.
Acting doesn't work like that.
You literally said acting's about creativity.
Yeah, so is it about looks again? Maybe we should teach the class.
F for the day!
Damn, this class is easy.
Nicole?
Dude, the class is over. What do you want?
I just needed to have a little talk with you.
About
Your participation today was a little concerning, gonna be honest.
Okay. Is that it, or?
You're not getting it. I am your teacher in this class, and you'll treat me as such. This disingenuous attitude isn't gonna fly in my program, got it?
Dude, what the fuck ever?
I just told you, don't treat me like your classmate. I'm your teacher. Is that how you talk to your teachers?
Actually, yeah.
Don't lie to me.
Oh my god, chill out.
If you don't get your shit together, I'm gonna call Miss Tegan and tell her everything. Then she's gonna write you up for in-school suspension. Still think it's all fun and games, Nicole?
Yeah, sure. A side note, are you withdrawing from bipolar meds right now?
Don't change the subject. We're talking about you and your issues right now.
Jesus Christ, okay.
Think you can just smirk while Emily calls me an ugly Hermione?
I had no part of that.
Go ahead. Call me ugly again.
No thanks. Can I go?
Aw, see, now you get it. Now you're treating me like your teacher.
Okay, Megan.
It's Miss Megan.
Miss Megan, can I get the fuck out of here now?
You're excused, sweetie, but work on that foul language.
Work on getting a fucking therapist, holy shit.
So then she won't shut the fuck up over how special color TVs were.
Who was this again?
The English sub today, she was so old and talkative.
At least you can go on your phone, right?
That was the worst part. She'd stop her boring story to yell at anyone with their phone out.
A sub that won't let you screw around. What a ripoff.
I don't know how someone manages to be more boring than the regular shit.
Weird. Yeah, I had a sub today too.
How'd that go?
The drama teacher nominated a student to teach the class while she's out of school.
What the fuck?
I know, why would she pick a student, right?
No, why are you in drama?
It's a gimme class. Don't worry, I have no intention of being an actor.
Good. The drama kids are so fucking annoying. They're all ugly yet somehow think they're gonna be in a movie one day.
Yeah, that's pretty much the student teacher, who's a massive bitch, by the way.
Do I know?
Mới mở ban nãy mà con lo nhà căn nhà xong con mới mở thì đấy phải cái số let's make it a challenge. Sáng mai ở trên tủ lạnh ấy. Đây là gì?
Know her?
Do you know Megan?
I was in second grade with her. Why is she a bitch?
So I'm just doing whatever, not really caring. And then she stops me outside after class and gets super in my face about it.
Cause you weren't acting good enough?
I guess, but she's like, I'm gonna fucking write you up, get you suspended, like all this shit, and I'm just standing there.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense now.
Sense how?
She was a tantrum kid in second grade. Every week was a freak out.
Once a tantrum kid, always a tantrum kid.
Yeah, control freak for real. So you gonna drop the class?
Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna drop her ass, though.
Aren't you a little old for revenge?
Oh, so now you're taking her side?
No, I support you. I'm just not getting involved.
Because you have such a future, right?
Apparently more than you.
Future or no future, revenge is a dish best served cold. Like pizza.
Well, do you seriously eat pizza cold?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Now I know you're out of your fucking mind.
Hot pizza's just grease.
There's grease in cold pizza. It's just solidified, schizo.
Okay, can we talk about this in the courtyard?
What for?
I prefer to be told I'm crazy outside where it's warm, not in the mental ward-like cafeteria with freezing cold AC vents.
Just hold your pizza up to one you'll like it more.
And you got the tickets, right?
Tickets for what?
Oh my god, you really forgot again. The dinner theater?
Oh, yeah, I can, order those tonight still.
Don't bother, I'll do it myself.
Sorry, yeah, okay.
If you were actually sorry, you wouldn't have fucked it up the first time.
Yeah, I'll try better next time.
Stressed out enough teaching this class.
Does this bitch just yell at all her students?
He's our
You wouldn't have fucked it up the first time.
up to one you'll like it more.
And you got the tickets, right?
Tickets for what?
Oh my god, you really forgot again. The dinner theater?
Oh, yeah, I can, like, order those tonight still.
Don't bother, I'll do it myself.
Sorry, yeah, okay.
If you were actually sorry, you wouldn't have fucked it up the first time.
Yeah, I'll try better next time.
Stressed out enough teaching this class.
Does this bitch just yell at all her students?
He's our student too.
What do you mean, student too?
They're dating, you didn't know that?
No, but it checks out. I thought it was kind of weird he was the only one in class not making fun of her.
I know for a fact he wants out of it too. He's flirted with like 3 of my friends so far.
Not surprising. A bitch like her, I'd cheat on her too.
She's in that weird category of just barely pretty enough to be super demanding.
God, the sex with her must be so bad.
I don't even think he's getting that. She was raised Catholic, like super prudish.
Do you just know everything about this bitch?
What? I've been around longer, you just hear this shit.
All right, don't worry about it. Because I think I have my in.
In for what?
Megan's life. A boyfriend she isn't fucking is the perfect weakness for me to exploit.
This is starting to sound like a RedTube video.
Ew, I'm not gonna fuck him.
Okay, just checking, because every video on there sounds exactly like that.
Like what?
Like, oh, you killed my parents. I'll show you with the most suffocating blowjob ever captured on video.
Dude, how much RedTube do you watch?
Don't worry about it.
Fine, but anyway, me and Hunter share a science class next period.
That's convenient. What are you gonna do?
Let's just say I'm gonna order a hot pizza.
And wait for it to get cold?
You know me so well.
And so, that's why I wasn't super broken up when my wife killed herself. Any questions? Jeffrey.
Yeah, what's our science lab gonna be about today?
I meant questions about my wife killing herself.
Oh, sorry, no.
So for today's lab, we'll be identifying which element is which based on its mass and volume. Get into your groups while I grab the supplies.
Oh, my partner's out today.
Damn, that sucks. Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I guess, but it's gonna be bullshit effort doing it alone.
I could partner with you if you want.
Really? I thought you hated this class.
Well, we're both in drama, so it might help to know each other if we're gonna act.
Mua nào? Mua sách. Đúng. Có chuyện rồi. Đúng. Đây. Nguyễn Tuân. Mua cái là đầu ngõ Tuân à? Có, đầu ngõ đang có. Cái đầu ngõ đây không? Có này. Cái đen xì ngõ mắt à? Không. Nguyễn Tuân có mà. À không phải đầu ngõ. Ừ, có.
I thought you hated that class too.
I'm warming up to it.
But Nicole, I thought we were lab partners.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Go away!
Oh.
Wasn't that kind of harsh?
Yesterday, he was telling me about how he kills dogs in his backyard. I can't work with someone like that.
Huh. Okay, I guess that was justified. Sit with me.
Cool. You don't mind if I look at porn on my phone, do you?
No.
Awesome, yeah. Something I do when I'm bored. That's not TMI, is it?
I'm okay with it, but, well, why do you do it at school?
Kind of add something to it, I don't know. So what are you doing after school?
I gotta go to the dentist for a cavity. They always make me gag with all those tools. I hate it.
Can't relate.
You like the dentist?
What? No, I meant gagging. I don't have a gag reflex.
Oh, you're so lucky.
I don't think luck had anything to do with it. I like testing my limits.
Oh, you mean like,
Yeah, like that. But don't worry, I know Megan's your girlfriend. I won't cross any lines, I'm just honest about myself.
Honesty's good, I don't mind it.
Sweet, I think we'll get along just fine in drama. By the way, I realized you're technically dating your teacher. Ultimate fantasy, right?
I guess so.
She's an actor too. Do you guys ever roleplay?
No, can't say we do.
I guess she's burned out after acting at school all day, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
But me personally, I love roleplaying.
Oh, cool. What are some things you play?
You have a girlfriend and you're asking me about my roleplaying?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
Dude, relax. I'm fucking with you. Honestly, you don't need to worry. I have a sixth sense for relationships, and I can tell Megan's a lot of fun.
You can? How fun is she?
Okay, don't tell her I told you this, but just based on her personality, I can tell she gives amazing head. Am I right?
Your sixth sense might need some work.
Oh my god, was I wrong? Is she really bad at it?
She doesn't really do any of that.
How long have you been dating?
Few months now.
Wow, I'm really sorry you're in a relationship like that. Do you want my number in case you want to vent or anything?
Yeah, okay, I'll punch it in. Now that you mention it, the relationship does feel kind of manipulative sometimes.
And that's why I want to be there for you. Because trust me, I know all about manipulative relationships.
Okay, so this is a romance improv. We're gonna need this to see who's best for our mini production of Romeo and Juliet.
Who's going first?
Well, we need a guy and a girl. Hunter, why don't you go first?
All right, sure.
Now, who's gonna play the other side? Emily?
This is for romance?
Yeah, romance improv.
No, he's ugly.
I'll do it.
Seriously?
Yeah, I won't get better if I don't practice, right?
Okay, go ahead.
What's the scene again?
You're about to go to prison for 10 years, and this is your last conversation with your girlfriend.
Scandalous.
This might be the last time we ever talk face to face.
Are you sure? You'll beat the case. I know you will.
My lawyer said it's not looking good. If I'm lucky, I'll get out in 5 for good behavior.
Well, you're just gonna take that? You're free now, aren't you?
What do you mean?
Let's run away to Mexico. They won't find you there.
I would, but this ankle monitor isn't doing me any favors.
Just cut it off.
I don't have any scissors.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So you're really just gonna serve the time?
No other options.
But what about me? What am I gonna do with myself without you?
Do you think you can wait for me on the outside?
I don't know. All your friends really want to have sex with me.
Look, I can't control you from the inside. Just keep me in the dark about it.
You're giving up that easy? I thought you loved me.
I guess not enough.
You're just telling yourself that to feel less bad about missing me. But actions speak louder than words. Whenever you touch me, I know the truth.
But what am I supposed to do?
Touch me one more time. Take me to my limit with your last night of freedom and don't ever forget the feeling.
And scene.
What? We can't keep going?
That's enough, Nicole. Okay, who else wants to try?
Maybe a little too scandalous. Emily, do you know where to buy whippets without getting carded?
No, sorry. I don't even do whippets.
Damn, because you really look like a girl who does whippets.
Oh my god, thank you.
A little weird she took that as a compliment.
Nicole, I need another talk with you.
Shit, I went overboard.
Over what?
Nothing. So what's the problem this time?
Actually, there's no problem at all. I just wanted to let you know I really appreciated the effort today.
Seriously?
What? Whippet is a drug? Nitrous oxide. Is it like NO2? Oh. Kids take these? God damn.
Yeah, your scene with Hunter today showed a lot of passion and actually kind of moved me. It's like you were really trying to make him fall in love with you. It showed a lot of talent.
Oh, well, okay, thanks.
And Nicole, I just wanted to say I'm really sorry for being so hard on you. At first I thought you were just another disingenuous white kid taking drama because it's easy, but you really care.
Yeah, I guess. So thanks, I'll see you later, Megan.
Nicole?
Yeah?
I told you it's Miss Megan.
You know World Star Hip Hop?
No, what's that?
It's this video site with nothing but Waffle House fights and butt implants gone wrong.
Butt implants?
Yeah, I don't get it either, but when they screw it up, it just slides around in their leg.
Ew, gross.
Do you want to see it?
Yeah, but later. I'm texting someone right now.
You've been on the phone like all day. Who are you talking to?
Little Caesar's cold and ready.
Oh, I almost forgot. Yeah, how's it going with Megan's boyfriend?
I'm making some pretty good progress. And so far, I got 11 pictures of his dick so far.
God damn, he's desperate.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get one with his face in it too, so I can prove it's him.
Yeah, or else that could be anyone's dick. But what if he's just tricking you with a picture of someone else?
Why would a guy carry around 11 angles of someone else's erection?
He could be gay.
He's definitely not gay. No gay guy would skeet in his mom's jewelry box for me.
Why would he?
Lúc chiều tầm 3-4 giờ. Đi sớm lắm. Hello.
He do that in his mom's jewelry box?
I told him it would really turn me on, and within 90 seconds, he sent a picture of it. You want to see?
Yes.
Look at this.
Jesus Christ, it's like...
Mai á? Mai á? Ok, chắc là được.
Filled up.
Pearl necklace on a pearl necklace.
What's that thing in the bottom corner?
That's the head.
Ew, uncircumcised! That's disgusting! Yes.
Look at this.
Jesus Christ, it's like filled up.
Pearl necklace on a pearl necklace.
What's that thing in the bottom corner?
That's the head.
Ew, uncircumcised! That's disgusting! Get it away!
You thought he'd send 11 pics of a photogenic dick?
I'm gonna throw up. Uncircumcised men should fucking...
Okay.
kill themselves.
Maybe that's why he won't include his face.
Well, you better figure something out quick before he breaks up with her to go for you.
Shit, you're right. Then it wouldn't be cheating anymore. Meaning it wouldn't hurt Megan anymore.
Meaning you flirted with this guy for literally nothing. As it stands now, you're technically into him.
I cannot let that happen.
So, do we divide the mass by the volume?
앉아, 앉아.
Couldn't tell ya.
Or maybe we multiply the density by the mass.
Dude, I'm failing this class anyway. Who gives a shit?
Is something bothering you right now?
Not really. It's just caring about science is for white guys who correct your grammar.
Oh, right. Actually, there's sort of been something I've been thinking about lately.
Oh, you don't correct my grammar.
No, not that. Just us.
What about us? I had fun texting last night. Did you not like it?
No, I liked it too. It's just, I think about how I feel talking to you and compare it with talking to Megan. And I don't think she actually likes me.
What? How so?
She just doesn't humor me the way you do. It doesn't feel like she actually loves me.
Are you sure? I think you could stick it out a little longer.
I could, but I don't really want to. It's no fun being with some bossy prude. If she liked me for me, she would have done something by now.
Hey, now, I don't think that's necessarily true. She just needs time, and you gotta be there when she's ready.
Even so, though, aren't I cheating on her if I keep this up with you?
Keep what up?
Like sending you all those pictures?
You mean when you came in your mom's jewelry box?
Did anyone need my help over here?
Yeah, actually, for the...
No, we're fine. Just thinking.
Okay. Jeffrey, could you draw a better picture of my dead wife?
Yeah, the jewelry box?
Yeah, among others.
That was really hot, by the way.
You really thought so? I had another one like that, but I forgot to send it.
Another jewelry box?
No, it was on my brother's Uno collection.
Like Uno the restaurant?
No, Uno the card game.
Oh. How can you have a collection of Uno?
Like all the different versions. NFL Uno, Batman Uno, Simpsons Uno.
And you just put them all together and blew a fat load on them?
Yeah, and while I was doing it, I was thinking about you and, oh God, listen to me.
What's wrong? We're just having a normal conversation.
Megan has no idea we're doing this. Feels kind of messed up.
Look, it's perfectly okay. Just think about it like this. Your relationship with her is a long-term romance kind of thing, like dating and whatever. She really loves you, but needs time for the rest of it.
Well, yeah, but the time is killing me.
And if time's the issue, you just need a friend to kill time with.
But what would Megan think?
Megan doesn't need to know. If she won't explore your urges, there's nothing wrong with finding someone who will. Besides, it's only cheating if you say you love me.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's been the rule since forever. As long as we don't kiss and do all that mushy stuff, we can hang out however we want.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I never looked at it like that.
That's what I'm here for. So, are you doing anything tonight?
Actually, I wanted to invite you to something.
For real? What is it?
Do you want to go to church with me this Saturday? Megan canceled on me.
I'm sorry, church?
Yeah, it's a parking lot function with food and games, but also little ceremonies in the middle to appreciate the Lord.
The Lord. Like Jesus?
Yeah, the one and only.
So, you snap pictures of your penis while frequenting a church?
Yeah, I know, but that's what confession's for, right?
And you're gonna tell a priest you came in your mom's jewelry box?
Yeah, I'll have to this Sunday, huh? Going blind and just forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
So you're telling me you blindly say to a guy all the sex shit you did over the week and call him father but not daddy?
What? I don't... What do you mean?
Sorry, RedTube.
What's... So you want to go?
Nicole, please report to the counselor's office. Repeat, Nicole, please report to the counselor's office. Thank you.
Looks like I gotta go. I'll get back to you on that, though.
Just let me know by Friday.
This is the first time being here is less awkward than where I just was.
Nicole, hope I'm not interrupting too much with your class.
It was actually the perfect amount of interruption.
Regardless, I wouldn't want to knock you off of your newfound drive.
Driving where?
I meant your effort. Your sudden passion for scholastic participation.
Since when? Did you just lie to get me in here?
Of course not. You're saying that you haven't gone the extra mile in theater and science lately? Your teachers in both spoke very highly of you.
Oh, they have?
Yes, they're both very impressed with your sudden initiative when it comes to participating in the classroom. Quite frankly, it's pleasantly surprising to hear given your prior reputation. As your counselor, it'd be important to know. What's the sudden inspiration?
Oh, drama and science? Couldn't tell ya. I'm just really smart, I guess.
Well, either way, Great to see one of our most beautiful students isn't just a pretty face.
What a great opinion to have of a teenage girl.
Not to mention a daring fashion sense. You have a knack for turning heads, don't you?
Whoa, now you're really flirting.
Nothing flirtatious about admiring a creative mind. You picked out such vibrant shorts. They shape you out very nicely.
Sorry, I'll try not to show off next time.
Nonsense. You're more than welcome to show off in here. Why don't you give me a twirl?
You're literally 40. Why do you want to see my ass?
Now, Nicole, it's not about that. Just to admire you as a whole. Now, go ahead and give me that twirl.
Dude, I'm white. There's nothing to see anyway. Can I go now?
Oh, now that sounds like a low self-esteem. If I could volunteer a few more compliments...
I'm gonna go while I can still voluntarily leave. Bye.
I got your text. Sorry, I was caught up.
What happened?
I was in French 2 and called the weird kid Rugrats fetish and got held after.
Like Rugrats the cartoon?
Yeah.
That's a really good diss.
I know. Everybody laughed and the teacher made both of us stay after for me to apologize to him. But then after that, I was forced to say 3 nice things about him.
Well, he was there to his face?
Yeah, talk about awk as fuck.
That's literally cruel and unusual punishment. What'd you even say?
One of them was, "You don't smell that bad." Like, I had no idea what to say.
Did he get turned on while you did it? Like, think of how often a regular girl would say something nice to him.
Was trying to block that out.
When he gets home, he's going straight for your Facebook summer photos.
Shit, and I forgot my password too. So what were you freaking out about?
Megan's boyfriend.
I thought you said the counselor was horny.
Oh, that's like every week. I'm already over that. But no, her boyfriend is out of his fucking mind.
Well, yeah, he sent 11 dick pics for nothing back. No shit.
No, he invited me to church this Saturday.
Isn't church on Sunday?
He's so involved with the church, he goes more than just Sunday.
Oh, he's one of those. Is it really that surprising, though?
I didn't think a guy who cheats on his girlfriend and photographs his dick would have a strong relationship with Jesus, I guess.
Oh, yeah, no, I've seen it. I would so get off to your pictures if it wasn't for my faith in God. Like, okay, thanks.
How'd you even get that far with a guy so religious?
That's when I found out. Like, what the fuck do I say? I didn't know Jesus was the escrow and titty pics.
Who even is Jesus anymore anyway?
Someone pedophiles find to say they're not pedophiles anymore.
You think our counselor will ever find Jesus?
Yeah, if Jesus is a 15-year-old girl wearing Juicy Couture.
High hopes. So I guess I'll just go to a really awkward drama class tomorrow.
How are you gonna tell him no?
You just distract him. Hey, so I can't go to church, but you know what I do want to do? You know what I want to do really fucking badly?
That was cool. How do you do that?
Dude, 90% of dirty talk is just rhetorical questions.
So like I warned last week, here's my casting for the school's Romeo and Juliet production. Let's see, for Romeo we have...
Wait, they made a play about Romeo?
Yeah, Romeo's the lead character.
Isn't that Master P's kid? Why'd you take the little out of his name?
No, as in Romeo Montague. It's Shakespeare. We studied this all month.
So it's not Lil Romeo and Juliet then?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Enough. So, playing the part of Romeo is Hunter. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
A little more excitement? Can we applaud the castings?
Yeah, yay, thanks, guys.
And playing the role of Juliet will be...
Not me, not me, not me.
Nicole!
Oh, thank God.
Seriously?
Yeah, you earned it. I know we got off to a rocky start, but your onstage synergy with Hunter has really blown my mind. I can't think of anyone better for the part.
I'll text you about rehearsal later tonight, Nicole.
Cool, yeah, sure.
For a pairing like this, communication is everything. Good luck, you guys. You're gonna need it.
Oh, you too. No, I don't want to talk about the fucking script. Just send the shit.
What's going on?
Nothing.
Oh, dude, that does not sound like nothing. Who you texting?
A guy.
Whoa, a guy? Is he getting serious?
Ew, I'm not having this conversation with you.
Is he asking for ass pics or something?
Can you not?
I can give you the ass pics trump card if you want to know it, just so you can see it coming if he tries using it.
What trump card?
Oh, it's real simple. If any girl's holding out on me, I just make it about trust and how I'll kill myself if she doesn't trust me.
What? There's no way that works.
No, it works like well, not every time, but like 10% of the time.
What girl would respond emotionally enough to a suicidal guy begging to jack off to her?
Well, you're a sociopath. You don't respond emotionally to anything. You wouldn't get it.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, suit yourself. But in case you fall for it, the light's really good in the bathroom.
You're my brother.
Yeah?
Why would you care about the quality of my ass pics?
No, it's, I gotta go.
They had to teach us about ancient Greece in school. Are you still there? Yeah, I'm still here. It's been 45 seconds, asshole. Haven't gotten anywhere on this full body pic. But let's try Idiot's Way. Do you not trust me? I just want to see you all in one picture because it would be really. I got him.
Got what?
You know what?
Blink tickets?
They're not even together anymore. The pictures?
Oh yeah, for the revenge you're still plotting. How's that going?
Let's just say I have the key ingredient.
He really sent you a picture with just everything in it?
He sent a lot of pictures with everything in it. After the first one, the floodgates just open.
Why would he send that many pictures of the same thing over and over?
Oh, I had him write different things on himself and send pictures of it. Stuff like loser, Nicole's bitch, Megan's a whore, just cool shit.
So that's why you weren't picking up yesterday. Busy with the worst shit imaginable.
I don't know. Last night was the closest I got to any sexual gratification in this whole plan.
Literally how? It's just some ugly guy writing shit on himself.
No, not the visual. Just the raw control felt really awesome.
Nicole, that's what rapists say, just so you know.
I mean, I guess, but like, I'm a girl. What am I gonna do? Guys will fly off the handle for barely anything.
Yeah, guys will not get a Lego set when they're 5 and 30 years later molest kids over it.
Exactly. Now on to the next step.
Are you gonna post the pictures online somewhere?
No, I think I'm gonna hold on to these until the time is right.
And what time is that?
Oh, you'll know. I think everyone's gonna know.
We're on less than 5, guys. Phones off. Let's get it together.
Megan's number? Check. Picture of her boyfriend with his weird dick out? Check.
Hey, Nicole. Good luck tonight.
Good luck to you, too. We got 2 minutes into the first scene before Megan checked her phone. Honestly, I thought she wouldn't check till intermission. What an amateur. So she ran out on stage in the middle of a Romeo line, yelling out of control, and just broke down crying in front of everybody. They were taking videos, laughing. It was pretty fucking cool, actually. Then she had to go to the ER for a panic attack, and that was really fucking cool. Jekka kept asking me why I'd go through rehearsing for a whole play, even though I knew it'd end like that. Well, I had to commit to it, otherwise she was gonna see what was up. If I sent the picture as soon as I got it, she'd have time to resolve everything before the play anyway. There's no satisfaction in that. You see these movies where people kill someone for revenge, but it's like, you're gonna let them off that easy? I didn't break a single law, and this is like 10 times the payoff. She's gonna be mentally fucked for the rest of her life over this, and I just feel good about it. Now Megan's gonna end up a cat lady, cause any guy she dates will just remind her of me. Remind her what any girl's capable of, if you push her far enough. It's funny when a girl tells her story, only to be...
Do those pills even look the same?
Anyway, so she won't shut the fuck up over how many days I missed. I'm like, Mom, if I can't go to sleep, I'm gonna miss another day.
Well, wasn't she right? You're here early for the first time in forever.
Oh my god, it's like I'm talking to a guy. Can't you just agree with me and say, yeah, she's a bitch?
Okay, sorry, Nicole. Your mom is a bitch fucking whore. See?
Definitely sounds like your psych major friend in college.
Just not shut down everyone's experience.
And yes, one of my majors was psych. Biopsych, though. Worst of all is that their would-be Jack Shepard is instead getting pretty loony-toomy. He's stabbing sand and throwing out angry fingers with a bandit. Before you know it, he shanks Brendan 11 times with his pocket knife. He kills that mid-sized sedan like the SUV Boom. He's a regular Ford Explorer. Afterwards, they manage to get the knife away from him, but Charles has gone full Norman Bates.
Mom, I do feel overwhelmed.
Charles's declining health was based on Knight's own experience watching his father develop dementia. It inspired a recurring fixation Charles has throughout the film.
Do you know that Jack Nicholson did a film with Marlon Brando?
Oh no. That movie fact about 1976's Missouri Breaks was also repeated by Knight's father. All of Shyamalan's movies are personal, but this one was especially so. The material resonated with him as he dealt with his parents and children all getting older. It made him realize how fast time moves.
If you can, for one moment in your freaking life, just be present. Just right there. It's so freeing. That's the goal of the movie.
Because of that, he turned this into a family production, with his middle daughter Ashana directing second unit.
And action!
Her feature debut, The Watchers, came out earlier this year. With bodies dropping by the minute, Jaren decides to brave the swim for help, now directing second unit.
And action!
Her feature debut, The Watchers, came out earlier this year. With bodies dropping by the minute, Jaren decides to brave the swim for help.
I was on the swim team, I'll make it.
Will you though? When they note that Patricia hasn't had a seizure on the beach yet, Guy realizes each of their groups had someone with an illness. Priska had her tumor, Charles has schizophrenia, and Brendan mentioned having multiple sclerosis. Crystal also suffers from a calcium deficiency.
I'll have the calcium bomb juice drink. I have a calcium deficiency. So is it really calcium rich or just a catchy name?
I don't know, lady, but please stop eye-fucking me. Sounds like this whole thing is some sort of experiment, set up and surveilled by the hotel. Yeah, I see you up there, asshole! The group realizes just how fucked they are as the movie continues over-explaining things.
They have our passports. We could just disappear.
They sent us a special car to the airport. A plane.
They can make it look like we never left our house.
The script sometimes feels like it's written for internet nitpickers, like when they theorize that the aging effects are caused by the surrounding rocks, and that's why they're unable to leave without blacking out.
And us trying to leave is like swimming to the surface too fast after being deep in the ocean. Our bodies can't reacclimate.
We don't need everything explained. Just have a beach that makes you old. Maddox confronts her mom about her planned divorce, and Priska admits to cheating on Guy after getting her diagnosis. She's super sorry about it now, though. Maddox heads into the water to process all of that, where she finds Jaren's body. He drowned before he could make it to land. Aw, man, guess he can't survive all the islands he gets stuck on, Ken. Kara and Trent are also grieving, and not just for their Dust Bunny baby, but for the youth they'll never have. Kara laments her limited time as a little woman.
We never had a prom or a graduation. There's so many memories we didn't have.
Pretty profound for someone who was 6 a few hours ago. Oh shit, this movie's like a less naked Poor Things. Moments like this are when the movie dips its toes into the comic's existential themes. It never fully engages with those ideas, but if it did, it'd be more bleak and heavier. I kinda like how it's not ruminative at all. It's a stupid thriller that sometimes feels like a stage play. It's fine. Shyamalan filmed the movie like a stage play too. He didn't bother with coverage, instead rehearsing and filming takes until he was happy with what he got.
It was almost like theater, because I'm making it structured.
That's why the long tracking shots don't necessarily capture whoever's talking or whatever's happening. Just like time, the camera is indifferent to these characters. It's going to keep moving regardless.
That movement would represent time. So time's moving whether you're having an epiphany or you're crying or you figured it out, it's just gonna move like this, and whether you have that epiphany on camera, whatever.
While Trent buries their baby, Kara decides to scale the rocks to freedom. Barefoot, no less. Sharp objects be damned. Halfway into the climb, it actually looks like she might make it, but the beach's effects cause her to lose consciousness on the cliff. As the Kappas watch, Kara takes an adastupal plunge. Her impact is censored by the rocks below. Gotta keep that PG-13 rating. The death goes unnoticed by her parents, since Charles is still in timeout and Crystal is melting or something.
I need my calcium.
Krista? Krista, stay with us!
Don't look at me.
She's not doing great. This shot of Crystal references the hooded ghost in the 1968 Japanese film Kuroneko. Other influences included Australian new wave films like Walkabout and Picnic at Hanging Rock. Patricia's trying to mount her own escape with a homemade raft of floaties. Before she can try it, she's taken down by a poorly timed seizure. Damn, man, they're really dropping like flies at this point. Oh hey, this beach probably wouldn't have any flies. That's pretty good. The Kappas begin feeling the effects of their rage. Guy's losing his vision quickly, and Priska realizes she's going deaf. As they wait for nightfall, Guy reveals he knew about Priska's affair, but was too afraid to confront her about it. She apologizes, and the two reconcile.
There's no place I want to be but with you.
Yeah, but like probably somewhere else physically, right?
I want to be here.
On the beach that makes you old? Trent and Maddox search the belongings of the previous guests for clues. They find a notebook that belonged to an amateur sci-fi writer. He wrote down what was happening and the names and addresses of the people with him. This might be a reference to Henry Laskeride, a sci-fi author character from the comic. That night, Priska and Guy find themselves a little bit of heaven on the beach. Only thing they're missing is a pair of rocking chairs. Unfortunately, a blurry shape is coming to ruin their peace. Charles has found his knife and uses it to attack the married couple. And yeah, their wounds might be healing right away, but I'm sure all this slicing and dicing still stings. Cut it out, dick! Guy tries to fight back with pocket sand. Oh, sorry, that wasn't from his pocket. It was from the beach that makes you old. Priska gets away so she can warn Trent and Maddox. The kids hide in the nearby caves and discover an unstable crystal. She skulked here to hide her rapidly aging appearance.
I don't want to be seen!
And it's not just about appearances. Without her calcium, she's got brittle bones. They break, but due to the island's effects, her injuries start healing all wrong. She ends up twisting and turning herself into a... And it's not just about appearances. Without her calcium, she's got brittle bones. They break, but due to the island's effects, her injuries start healing all wrong. She ends up twisting and turning herself into a tizzy until her bones are more twisted than a juggalo show. This human pretzeling is one of the most painful, bloodless deaths I've ever seen. Well done. She ends up twisting and turning herself into a tizzy until her bones are more twisted than a juggalo show. This human pretzeling is one of the most painful, bloodless deaths I've ever seen. Well done. Back on the beach, Charles is still carving away at Guy when Priska shows up and counteracts with old cutlery.
It's rust. It acts like poison when it gets into your bloodstream.
The tetanus makes quick work of Charles, spreading through his body and leaving him looking like a counteract twisted than a juggalo show. This human pretzeling is one of the most painful, bloodless deaths I've ever seen. Well done. Back on the beach, Charles is still carving away at Guy when Priska shows up and counteracts with old cutlery.
It's rust. It acts like poison when it gets into your bloodstream.
The tetanus makes quick work of Charles, spreading through his body and leaving him looking like a bruised banana. Nasty. This rusty dusting was achieved using full-body prosthetics made by Tony Gardner's company, Alterian Inc. Alterian also handled the special effects makeup for the aging of the adult characters. Obviously, a lot of work went into it, but it maybe ends up being too subtle for me to notice, especially in contrast to the giant jumps when a new actor takes over a character. The Kappas emerge as the last family standing, earning them a quiet moment to enjoy the view. Sorry, Guy. In a sweet scene, Maddox sings a song for her mother, fulfilling a request she made earlier in the film.
You have such a beautiful voice. I can't wait to hear it when you're older.
That song, titled Remain, was written by Knight's oldest daughter, Salika, who recorded a fully produced version that plays over the end credits.
Like the highest form of like praise and approval that you could get from a father, just to have him even want or even think to include us in this.
Salika will play a bigger role in Trap as Lady Raven, the pop star character central to the story. As the family watches the waves, Guy peacefully passes away from old age. Priska shortly follows in his footsteps. Pretty sad, but far from a bad way to go, considering the circumstances. I'd rather be surrounded by loved ones than, turned into a pretzel. By the time the sun rises on a new dawn, the kids are well on the way to their twilight years. That means we get another new pair of actors for them. Adult Maddox is played by the enchanting Embeth Davids, last seen on the kill count as Sheila in Army of Darkness. The middle actor in Maddox's pantheon of performers was Thomasin McKenzie, who starred in Last Night at Soho. Adult Trent is played by Eamon Elliott, who appeared on the count in Prometheus. His teenage self was... The kids are well on the way to their twilight years. That means we get another new pair of actors for them. Adult Maddox is played by the enchanting Embeth Davids, last seen on the kill count as Sheila in Army of Darkness. The middle actor in Maddox's pantheon of performers was Thomasin McKenzie, who starred in Last Night at Soho. Adult Trent is played by Eamon Elliott, who appeared on the count in Prometheus. His teenage self was played by Alex Wolff, star of Hereditary. Agnes's actress Kathleen Chalfant also appeared uncredited in that film as Toni Collette's scary ghost mom. Production cast the teenage versions of the characters first, then cast the older and younger versions based on those actors. To prepare for a role that spanned several years internally, Wolff went back and watched videos of himself at younger intervals and tried to track the differences.
So I was going through and looking at videos of myself as 6 and looking at myself at videos when I was 11 and seeing the difference.
He also did research into child psychology, but opted not to collaborate with the other Trent actors. In contrast, Mackenzie spent a lot of time with her character's other actors to match their energy. Trent and Maddox decide to enjoy the time they have left and build a sandcastle together. As long as they're playing around, Trent also deciphers a coded letter Idlib gave him. Definitely should have done that earlier, since it contains a clue to their means of escape. My uncle doesn't like the coral? The siblings swim out to the coral reef, where they discover an underwater escape tunnel. They swim through it, but Maddox gets caught on a piece of coral, and the siblings seemingly drown together. The whole thing is witnessed by that man in the mountains, who's, oh shit, M. Night Shyamalan! What a twist! No, really, I genuinely was not expecting to see his character again. The driver is actually a researcher, who collects his findings and heads back to a secret compound. It's a testing facility owned by a pharmaceutical company named Warren & Warren. Guy mentioned them at the beginning of the movie.
We love this pharmaceutical company at work. We're considering asking our clients to use Warren & Warren drugs as a way to lower their insurance rates.
God, this movie's dialogue is so fucking weird. Turns out Warren & Warren have been using this beach to conduct long-term studies on their medicine, which are delivered to the guests in those custom cocktails. custom drugs. Although, should you be mixing those with alcohol? The beach allows them to get a lifetime's worth of data in just a day. And despite the chaos we witnessed, this most recent trial was a success. While Patricia eventually died from a seizure, her medicine kept her epilepsy free for the equivalent of 16 years. They toast to Patricia's memory and say they can't wait to share this medicine with the world. They don't mention how much they'll sell it for. I know it's another Shyamalan twist, but I honestly love this reveal. Anyone who's studied medicine or other sciences knows how frustrating it is to not know long-term effects. With nature providing this opportunity, of course a pharmaceutical company would act unethically to get these kinds of results. The staff resets and prepares for the next trial. Dr. Death welcomes a new group of guests to the resort, but their cocktails get intercepted by Trent and Maddox. They're alive! The flashback shows they survived their swim through the coral tunnel after finding pockets of air. Trent proves his identity by giving Idlib his coded message back. And to take down this big bad corporation, they turn to Greg Mitchell. Remember him?
I'm Greg Mitchell. I'm a cop.
Since that journal they found is full of names and addresses of a bunch of missing people, the police act in record time and swarm the resort. The kids, or adults now, even get a helicopter escort out of there. The movie ends as the siblings are flown back home, probably to live with some very confused relatives. How many unlucky tourists were buried beneath the sands of time? Let's find out and get to the numbers. Oh, what is that? Oh, score! It's a quarter! Why does my everything hurt? 11 11 people died on the beach that makes you old, with 4 male victims, 6 female victims, and 1 newborn of unknown gender. That gives us this age-old pie chart, which has more red than blue. Again, we've been seeing that more often lately. Huh. With a runtime of 108 minutes, Old had a kill on average every 9.82 minutes. I'll give the Golden Chainsaw for coolest kill to Crystal. It's a uniquely disturbing death that can only happen in the confines of this movie. Plus, it's not every day that a PG-13 kill is worthy of a prime rib nomination. Dol Machete for lamest kill will go to Jaren, since it sucks that such a nice guy died off screen. And that's it. Old was released in 2021 and made way more than its budget. But like I said, Shyamalan does that a lot. Until next week, I'm James A. Janice. This has been the Kill Count.
On the next Kill Count.
Come on down to Unita Medical Supplies, because if you need it, we got it. Need a full-size skeleton? We got it. How about a split dog?
Oh, we got a lot of orders for split dogs. That's really rad.
It sure is, and we got them too. But you seem like a discerning customer, looking for something special.
What's that?
How about a trioxin tank with a genuine dead body inside?
Oh, come on, you're shitting me, right?
I am not, and pardon your French. Just be gentle with it, or you could start a brand new zombie franchise. Return of the Living Dead is a punk rock horror comedy from Night of the Living Dead co-creator John Russo. It is very, very different from the Romero films.
He changed all the facts around.
For one, these zombies are damn near invincible.
I thought you said if we destroyed the brain, it'd die. It worked in the movie!
And they have an insatiable hunger for...
Raise!
Oh, also, yeah, these zombies can talk. They even know how to order delivery.
Send me a pop.
This week, experience an 80s cult classic filled with gratuitous language.
Oh, fudge!
Gratuitous nudity.
Show some fucking respect for the dead, will ya?
And gratuitous pants cutting off. He's cutting them. Still cutting them there. Almost done cutting them. There you go. Then on Friday, try not to lose your head while watching the Kill Count. Only on Dead Meat.
Do you ever wonder about all the different ways of dying?
Well, yeah, but that's because it's my job.
Return of the Living Dead can currently be watched on the pictured streaming platforms. Demi always recommends you watch the movie for yourself before its kill count. It's the only way to have your own properly informed opinion. Kill counts are never meant to replace the experience of watching.
I don't know how long I can go on.
Welcome to the Kill Count, where we tally up the victims in all our favorite horror movies and show you how they were made. I'm James A. Janice, and today we're looking at Pearl, released in 2022. Pearl is a prequel to X, the slasher that premiered earlier the same year. We'll have a whole ass trilogy when Maxine releases next week, which follows X's final girl into 1980s Los Angeles. All 3 films come courtesy of veteran writer, director, editor, and producer Ty West. Pearl explores the early years of X's gory grandma, who now becomes the titular character. She's once again played by Mia Goth, only this time she doesn't have to sit through hours of old person makeup. Goff came up with a lot of Pearl's backstory as character work for X, and co-wrote the screenplay with Wes during X's production. A24 greenlit the project by time X began filming, allowing them to secretly shoot both projects back to back. They used the same sets and a lot of the same crew, literally doing pre-production on Pearl while shooting X. That gives this prequel a rewarding continuity, letting us see the old and broken down locations and characters, the same sets and a lot of the same crew, literally doing pre-production on Pearl while shooting X. That gives this prequel a rewarding continuity, letting us see the old and broken down locations and characters from X back when they were in their prime 60 years prior. And it's not just a fresh coat of paint differentiating the two films. While X is a 70s style slasher, evoking Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Pearl is a Technicolor nightmare character piece. It takes inspiration from Golden Age films and sweeping musicals. Watching Pearl go to work feels like watching Mary Poppins murder people in Oz. The bright theatrical tone makes the terrifying elements stand out more. The horror here comes from Pearl's psychological unraveling, which seems inevitable given the circumstances in which she lives. It takes place in 1918, a double dose of suck thanks to World War I and the Spanish flu. But even without those global traumas, Pearl's been dealt a rough hand. She's living with a mental illness in an era where that wouldn't have been recognized or treated. I won't attempt to armchair diagnose her, but she's clearly sociopathic with delusions of grandeur.
One day the whole world's gonna know my name.
Between the character's warped but well-developed psychology and a performance for the ages by Goff, Pearl instantly inserts herself into the pantheon of horror icons. Some memorable modern killers, like Megan, earn that status through their appearance and dialogue. Pearl's more like a Patrick Bateman type. She completely owns every frame she's in, and you learn so deeply who she is and the flaws that drive her. She's the main attraction of a movie that also features haunting imagery and buckets of cherry red blood. In other words, one goddamned fucked up horror picture. Will this bloody backstory leave us... sorry, one moment. Who seeks the wisdom of the great Judge?
Oh, great Judge, I've traveled across the gray pavement roads of Los Angeles to meet you. I hear you have the power to grant whatever I seek.
Indeed I do. Tell me, what is it you desire?
A good night's sleep, your counterness.
Ah, an easy request. I can help you, no magic required. Thanks to today's sponsor, Helix 7 advantage of their 4th of July sale by going to helixsleep.com/deadmeat to get 30% off Luxe and Elite mattresses plus 2 free pillows, as well as 25% off site-wide. All with a 10-year warranty, and for US customers, free shipping! Now off with you! I have important matters to tend to. Greatness and Judge and all that. Will this bloody backstory leave us clutching our pearls? Let's find out and get to the kills. The movie begins with a swelling score and the same barn doors as X. But while X used those doors to tease a 4x3 framing, Pearl opens them wide into a Technicolor world. It's the world of grandiose musicals, so let's get some lights, camera, action on Pearl. Ain't she a heavenly creature, folks? Too bad her mother don't agree. Pearl lives and works on her family's farm in 1918 Texas. Her parents are German immigrants, and it's not a great time to be that.
I don't want to hear about any more dead Germans tonight.
Further harshing Pearl's vibe is her father, since the poor guy is a shell of a human being. An unspecified disease has left him immobile, needing to be fed and bathed. It's awful for him and also for Pearl, who's not cut out for life on the farm. She lets her true self shine when she's alone. She's a straight-up thespian, a performer.
A star.
A star. She has the same feeling about herself that Maxine Minks would 60 years later.
You're special.
I'm special.
Special is one way to put it, considering how she deals with barnyard pals who don't pay for tickets to her show. She pitchforks a poor goose and takes it to a nearby pond. There, she calls for her bumpy friend Theta and feeds that gator a title card. The next day, Pearl rides her bike into town, passing by a man preaching from the Book of Maxine.
I will not accept a life I do not deserve.
Great slogan to throw on a sandwich board. After picking up morphine for her dad, she disobeys her mom's orders and swings by the local cinema for a show. She watches it with 20/20 vision, by which I mean with a mask over her face to avoid the pandemic. Pearl takes place in 1918, when the Spanish flu was wreaking havoc on the world, much like COVID-19 in 2020. The parallels are aplenty.
Remember to cover your face. And don't linger close to anyone. Papers are warning of a more lethal resurgence.
Writer-director Ty West thought this was a topical way to add to Pearl's isolation. She already struggles with the loneliness of farm life. With the pandemic in place, she can't even socialize in town.
All this isolation has been enough to make one mad, hasn't it? It really has.
It reflects the mental health issues a lot of people experienced from isolation during COVID lockdowns. Before the movie starts, Nicole Kidman is the shoot for some pre-show propaganda. Damn, that footage is intense. Y'all couldn't play Make Mine Music or some shit? Pearl takes a swig of scissor and settles in for Palace Follies, a film that features the song Wee Wee Marie. The same song played in X when Old Pearl danced in Bloody Headlights. That version was a cover by Chelsea Wolfe. After the show, Pearl has a back alley bump-in with the theater's projectionist. And that's projectionist with a capital P, since we never learn the guy's real name. The mustachioed movie man gets flirty with Pearl, not knowing that she's married, because she never tells him. Her husband Howard is off fighting in the trenches and writes to her about the horrors he's seen and how much he misses her.
I never want to be away from you again, till death do us part.
As X showed, that would turn out to be true. The projectionist gives Pearl a frame of the picture she just saw and says she can come by and see a film whenever she wants. He's her own personal movie pass. On her way home, the film frame flies out of Pearl's pocket. She knows there's only one place it could have gone. Deep into the corn stalks? Maybe she can get another one from He Who Films Behind the Rose. She doesn't find Isaac or Malachi, but she does stumble upon a creepy-ass scarecrow. But hey, when you're in a drought, even straw can look nice and ripe. She takes the brainless bumpkin for a ballroom dance and starts to practice kissing on him. Ooh, moving on to the advanced techniques I see. And why not? He's so handsome. Ain't he, Pearl?
I'm married!
Okay, that's cool, but then why you about to... Oh, okay, you're gonna have a little scarecrow secret, huh? Yep, she clicks her ruby heels against him, and, well, she fucks that scarecrow. I mean, you shouldn't be too surprised. We done seen that Pearl's perpetually horny, even in old age. She gets home late and finds her frustrated mom chopping wood heels against him, and, well, she fucks that... Okay, that's cool, but then why you about to... Oh, okay, you're gonna have a little scarecrow secret, huh? Yep, she clicks her ruby heels against him, and, well, she fucks that scarecrow. I mean, you shouldn't be too surprised. We done seen that Pearl's perpetually horny, even in old age. She gets home late and finds her frustrated mom chopping wood like she were William from The Witch. She's sent inside to help wash off her father, which gives her her the chance to practice her kicks and her psychopathy since she pinches and prods him. Oh man, and chokes him too? Come on, Pearl, leave your pops alone. At dinner, Mama Ruth takes away her daughter's soup after noticing her change was missing 8 cents. Inflation calculator says that'd be $1.79 today. Seems harsh, but so are the times, as Ruth's quick to remind her daughter, especially for people like them.
Du siehst, wie deutsche Bauern hier behandelt werden. Der einzige Grund, warum wir nicht krank oder am Verhungern sind, ist, weil wir achtsam leben.
It's an unfortunate reminder that Americans have often been suspicious of immigrants, especially when they come from countries we're at war with. The conflict between Pearl and Ruth is one where you can understand both perspectives. As a desperate creative type, Pearl's obviously going to be miserable living on a farm, but her mother immigrated here and worked hard to achieve this life. She can't afford for her daughter to be flighty.
Ich kann dir nicht erlauben, dein Leben zu verträumen und dich vor deinen Verantwortungen zu drücken. Ist das klar?
Das ist klar. That night, Pearl wishes for a chance to escape the farm, and a shooting star portends an opportunity. It arrives the next day when Howard's mom and sister visit, trying to help out by delivering a pig roast. Ruth is too proud to accept the handout, especially from a family that's much better off. Turns out Howard comes from money and privilege. He even could have gotten out of serving in the war.
You know, we had a doctor willing to declare him ineligible.
But he turned down his family wealth and opportunity to instead be a farmhand and soldier. And Pearl's super thrilled about that. She loves it, really. So proud of you. That's great, Howie. Her sister-in-law Mitzi lets her know there's a traveling troupe in town auditioning girls to be dancers.
Doesn't that sound exciting?
Sure does to Pearl, so the two make plans to attend the audition together. Pearl thinks it can be her ticket out of this place and let her have a bit of palace folly herself. Yes, sir, she can see it now. Best of all, it'll get her away from her mom, who's just, God, the most joyless woman I've ever seen. She's a black cloud amongst all these vibrant colors. Pearl was shot on the same sets and locations as X just 3 weeks after that film wrapped. They kept on a lot of the same crew, too, many of whom were in the middle of a break from working on Avatar 2. Sometimes it was a lot of work to transform things into the 1910s. For the town, they shot a section of Wanganui in New Zealand, where they had to remove parking meters and light poles and put down dirt to cover the asphalt. But other times, it was easier to recreate this time period than the 70s for X. Production designer Tom Hammock said it was less stressful getting props, since viewers know the 1910s a lot less than they know the 70s. And making Pearl's home look new was actually easier than aging it for X. Instead of having to add wear and tear, they could just put up new wallpapers and a fresh coat of paint.
It was very strange to be making a movie on a farm for over a month and then go away for about a month, and when you came back, the farm looked totally different.
The owners of the house they shot in liked the remodeling so much, they kept it after production was over. Pearl steals another one of her mom's dresses and sneaks out to see the projectionist again. She rides into town looking like the Wicked Witch, or I guess technically looking like Miss Gulch. There's a lot of Wizard of Oz imagery in this movie, since, like Dorothy, Pearl imagines living in a world that's bigger than her life on the farm. The projectionist is pleased to get her on his dirt couch and give her a dirty glass of booze. She asks to watch Palace Follies again, but he suggests a reel from his personal collection.
How about a film nobody else has seen?
The movie, A Free Ride from 1915, is a real-life stag film, short silent movies that are some of the earliest examples of pornography. He picked up this little titty-ditty in France, since they're still illegal in the US of A, but he thinks they'll be legal soon enough.
People pay an arm and a leg to see this.
It's a nod towards the future production that'll take place in Pearl's backyard 60 years from now. There's another bit of connective tissue when the projectionist calls himself a bohemian. I guess Howard has a string of bad luck with guys like him.
The last bohemian that stayed here was the same. Traipsing around in barely any clothes, enticing my wife.
More X connections are made when the sexy cinephile encourages Pearl to follow her dreams.
You only get one take at this life. And if you don't make the most of it when you're young, you don't get a second chance.
That's kind of the whole theme of X. There, we see Pearl long after all her second chances are gone, and we hear the younger characters talk about avoiding those regrets.
Because one day, we're gonna be too old to fuck. And life's too short if you ask me.
Pearl opens up about feeling stuck, caring for her father and tending to the farm. She may even open up a bit too much.
If only they would just die.
Pardon?
Nothing. She almost makes good on that thought later when she wheels her poor dad out for a meeting with her best paligator. Theta the Gator is named after silent film actress Theda Bara, whose film is playing at Pearl's local cinema. American alligators can live to be over 80, so Theta may be the same gator who would later take a bite out of Bobby Lynn. She doesn't get a daddy dinner now, though, since Ruth finds Pearl before any chairs are tipped. Afterwards, Pearl finds a nest of gator eggs and takes one home. Her resentment towards Howard for leaving her causes her to scramble her new friend as she hallucinates him being killed in the war. I love this sudden explosion. where they just blew up a dummy filled with fake guts. Ruth finds out Pearl's been sneaking into town and demands she isolate from her sickly father. Pearl asks to go to the dance audition instead, saying she wants something more than this life, and that's the final straw for her mom. Ruth accuses Pearl of being ungrateful and says she knows her daughter has antisocial tendencies. Not that she knows that word, but she's seen what she does to animals, and she's afraid of her.
It's only a matter of time before you hurt someone else.
She's also like, oh, you think your life sucks? Look what I'm dealing with.
I was supposed to be his wife, not his mother.
Ruth is played by Tandy Wright, a New Zealand actress who worked on X as its intimacy coordinator. She taped her audition for Pearl with the help of Owen Campbell and Martin Henderson, and only had 3 weeks to learn the German required for the role. She gets nuts with the guilt trip and even stabs an innocent table. Oh my God! Then she pretty much curses her daughter.
But when you fail, and you will fail, I want you to remember what it feels like. Because that's how I feel every time I look at you.
Damn, we may have passed Hereditary levels of brutal dinner scenes. That mic drop moment leads into a game of slappy slaps, and before you know it, Ruth catches on fire. Pearl puts it out and scalds her scolding mother with boiling corn water. Sure, the fire's gone now, but so is half her skin. Ruth ain't quite ready for her kill graphic though, so Pearl stores her in the basement with the rest of the Xmas decorations. Free at last, Pearl runs back to town to do some sinning in the rain with the projectionist. She tells him she wants to iris down on him. Ugh. We fade into a 4x3 Dream Theater, hold the Portnoy, where the monochromatic masses clamor for Pearl. Originally, Weston Goff pitched Pearl as a black and white movie, thinking it could lower production costs. But A24 knew y'all wouldn't watch that movie or its kill count, so production pivoted to make what West called a demented Disney movie. Pearl wakes up the next morning in that tiny metal bed, and briefly panics since it's the day of the dance audition. But the projectionist offers her a ride back home. Bet he didn't expect to find a maggoty pig roast on the porch. Yeah, that's maybe a red flag, dude. Pearl keeps him outside as she tidies up, which includes cleaning up after her poor hungry dad. Guy was left at the dinner table by himself all night. Come on, Pearl. He's not gonna be in the mood for company.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
The projectionist is already having second thoughts, and his sexual aspirations end when he hears Ruth bumping in the basement. He's played by David Cornsweet, who's been tapped as the DCEU's new Superman. His acting here is great. With each new piece of information he gets, he realizes he's stepped into something bad. He makes an excuse to leave, but Pearl catches on real fast.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
I'll take biggest lies I've ever heard for 800. He tries to drive off, but an angry Pearl takes a pitchfork to the poor guy's pecs. Twice! She finishes him off by planting it into the ground straight through his mouth. God damn! She later makes like Psycho and sinks his body and car into the lake. It's a move she'd repeat over 60 years later in X. Pearl punts her mother back into the basement, then dresses up herself and her father in their Sunday best. This is the most emotive we've seen her dad, and that emotion is uncut fear. Ready to leave her life behind, Pearl gives her dad a kiss and then smothers him to death with a towel off screen. Man, you gotta feel for the guy. He had a real rough life and a pretty lame death. The movie's score shifts here to match the turn in Pearl's character. The film's beautiful orchestral score was co-composed by Tyler Bates, returning from X, this time working with Get Out and It composer Tim Williams. For inspiration, the two looked to composers like frequent Hitchcock collaborator Bernard Herrmann and English composer John Barry, who worked on a ton of James Bond films. The score was performed by a 60-piece orchestra, which was funded by A24 despite going over their planned budget. Pearl takes her new digs and meets Mitzi at the audition. Newly emboldened, she makes no false claim of sportsmanship.
It has to be me.
The troupe is only looking to hire one girl, and since Pearl's projecting confidence, Mitzi asks her to audition first. Pearl agrees and finally infiltrates the world she's been dreaming of. X marks the spot, and the eventual sequel. A slow-motion setup belies an energetic start to a Napoleon Dynamite performance. It's confident and, a little unsettling. Also, sometimes avian. The judges aren't too impressed. But in Pearl's mind, she's putting on a spectacle you haven't seen since 1917. Not the year, I meant the Sam Mendes flick. It was really good. It's a full-blown musical number with Rockettes of the Radio City and Ballistic variety. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she smiles, that's not enough to win over the judges.
Thank you, but it's gonna be a no.
And just like that, Pearl's brain breaks. I don't know what she expected though. You know she ain't getting high marks from her dead burnt mama. The judges say they're looking for someone all-American, young and blonde.
Someone with X Factor.
Pearl has a total meltdown and makes some noise!
Please, I'm a star!
Sorry, that's the brakes, little lady. Hey, wait a minute. This means when Pearl said she used to be a dancer in X, she was a fucking liar.
It ain't my fault you didn't live the life you wanted.
Damn straight, Bobby Lynn. Mitzi finds Pearl bawling her brains out and offers her a ride home, back to the Maggot Pig Inn. She tries to cool her off with a nice glass of milk, but Pearl is in the throes of missing her husband and having a self-reflective breakdown.
I'm worried there may be something real wrong with me and Mitzi.
In a bit of therapeutic theater, Mitzi offers to roleplay as Howard so Pearl can vent her feelings.
I hate you so much for leaving me here. Sometimes I hope you die.
Mitzi immediately regrets her decision. In an incredible 8-minute-long monologue, Pearl opens up to the imaginary Howard about her disappointment with her life. She admits that she resents him for keeping them on this farm, when his wealth could have given her the life she wants. It's a whole dump of TMI, with her talking about the relief she felt from having a miscarriage and admitting that she kills animals. But don't worry, just the small ones.
Nothing but feelings, nothing that could hurt me back. Felt good.
Of course, that leads to a confession of killing her parents and the projectionist.
Truth is, I'm not really a good person.
You don't say. This extended monologue was inspired by the 17-minute-long one-take in Steve McQueen's Hunger. It was meant to be a climax that contrasts with how showy and flashy the rest of the movie is. Goff practiced it every day of the shoot to get the words down, allowing her to let her emotions guide the scene. She performed the entire 15-minute scene with no cuts multiple times. It goes on for so long, you almost forget she's talking to Mitzi until it cuts back to her face. Haha, she's in danger. Mitzi tries to excuse herself, but Pearl pressures her into admitting she was cast in the chorus line. I still don't know if she really was, or if she just agrees with Pearl to get out of there faster. I mean, she does match what the judges said they were looking for, but she didn't seem like she was lying when she said she didn't get it. In any case, Pearl says she's totally fine with Mitzi getting the part. But it's not long before she's following her sister-in-law outside and grabbing an axe. I love this long shot that follows them as we watch Mitzi realize what's about to happen to her. They used a car-mounted crane called the Russian Arm and did about 6 takes of it. Mitzi's heels are no match for Pearl's sensible work boots, allowing the Crimson Killer to hack her to the ground.
I'll do anything you want.
It's not about what I want anymore, Mitzi. It's about making the best of what I have.
With that, Mitzi is splitsied apart by an off-screen axe blow. Pearl heads back down into the basement where her mother Ruth has finally died of her injuries. Thank God. Kill graphic was starting to get cold. Pearl cuddles up for some cadaverous comfort and hallucinates her mother singing her a lullaby. It plays over a montage of Pearl hacking up Mitzi's corpse and feeding it to Theta. The practical effects of Mitzi's body parts never fail to blow my mind. They're so heinous and gelatinous. I love it. They were made by Weta, providing yet another movie with their always exceptional work. Pearl makes her mother more presentable using the same hairbrush we'd see her use later in X. Yeah, there you go. Nice brushes. I got a little scalp with that one. When she's done, Pearl sets the most disgusting dinner table I've ever hairbrush we'd see her use later in X. Yeah, there you go. Nice brushes. I got a little scalp with that one. When she's done, Pearl sets the most disgusting dinner table I've ever seen. And I've watched all the Texas Chainsaw Massacres. I mean, those are gross, but I don't think any are as maggoty as this. Sometime later, Howard finally returns from the war. He excitedly enters his home, only to find a nightmare mode Norman Rockwell waiting for him. Pearl greets him with a pitcher of lemonade, and the movie ends with Mia Goth proving she's the queen of long takes by holding a manic smile for nearly 2 minutes straight. This was originally meant to be a freeze frame ending, but West wanted to see how long Goth could hold the smile. She really lost herself in it.
That was just one take, and we only had one chance to do it, and that was never the plan for it to go on for as long as it did, but Ty decided to keep rolling, and then I just decided to go along with it.
It lasts all the way through the end of the credits. Okay, that's all, folks. Seriously, Pearl, that's all. Bye. How many kills did Pearl bring to this Antiques horror show? Let's find out and get to the numbers. Right, Scarecrow Guy? Scarecrow Guy? Have you always been kinda... No, I can't. I'm married! Well, okay. Only 4 people died in Pearl, which is half as many victims as there were in X. They consisted of 2 men and 2 women, giving us this Technicolor pie chart. We've only seen this count and breakdown twice before on this show. and both of those movies were good ones. With a runtime of 102 minutes, Pearl had to kill on average every 25.5 minutes. I'll give the Golden Chainsaw for coolest kill to Mitzi, as long as we include the disgusting dismemberment that followed, which I will. Dull Machete for lamest kill will go to Pearl's dad. It happened almost entirely off screen, to a character who really didn't deserve it. And that's it. Pearl came out in 2022 and is set to be followed by Maxine, which comes out next week. Until next time, I'm James A. Janice. This has been the
Sell me this pen.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 188th episode of Analyzing Evil.
Somehow, with a non-linear brush, I've made a linear kind of shading. That's impressive. Let's look at shading. Does he manage to do that?
Featuring The Wolf of Wall Street. Now before we go any further, I'd like to preface this video with a little disclaimer. As many of you may be aware, Jordan Belfort has served his time for the crimes he committed and denounced the actions he took as a stockbroker when he was younger. And at the time of making this video, he has turned his life around significantly. I've seen some people claiming around the internet that some of the business endeavors he's currently engaged in are rather suspect, and they might be, but I'm not here to comment on the merits of his actions since he's been out of prison. Rather, you should keep in mind that this video isn't about current-day Jordan, but rather the Wolf of Wall Street, the man who he once was. So with that out of the way, what we're going to do in this video is talk about those crimes he committed when he was that Wolf of Wall Street, and we'll be using everything we see in the film, as well as information that we aren't given there, so we might understand completely the evil of one of the greatest Wall Street con artists of our time. But before we begin, let's first talk about our sponsor for this video, Delete Me. Everywhere you go now, someone is looking to get your email or your phone number out of you, and while it's often a necessity to give out this information to various people and companies, you never really know whether or not the information you give out to someone is going to stay with them or be used elsewhere. But Vile, where could that information be going, you might be asking yourself? Why, to data brokers, of course. People who buy and sell your information to spammers and scammers, who then bombard you with unwanted emails, text messages, and phone calls. And worse still, with access to your data, they can even steal your identity or make you vulnerable to stalkers. They can find this information in places you wouldn't expect, like by easily accessing military records for active service members and veterans, or even through genealogy websites, which can list all sorts of information about your family members from the youngest to the oldest, which is concerning to say the least. In 2023 alone, the FTC received 5.7 million total fraud and identity theft reports, and those numbers only increase with each passing year, so we could all use a bit more protection in this regard, and Delete Me provides excellent protection from these malefactors. But Delete Me doesn't just work for you to remove any current threats to your information, as they're always on alert for more. And by looking through my data reports, I can see that they've found 40 companies who currently have my information and are selling that information to people looking to make my life miserable and expose me to hackers. And unfortunately, I know those numbers are only going to increase. So I'm glad to have Delete Me in my corner to remove my data from these websites. You can enjoy some added protection as well though by going to joindeleteme.com/vile, and when you get there, be sure to use the code VILE at checkout to get 20% off any US consumer packages. That's joindeleteme.com/vile and enter the code VILE at checkout to get 20% off your purchase. Thank you Delete Me for sponsoring this video. Now without further ado, let's begin. Jordan Belfort was born on July 9, 1962, in the Bronx borough of New York City, and according to his novels The Wolf of Wall Street and Catching the Wolf of Wall Street, life for a young Jordan Belfort was a rather pleasant experience. He wasn't raised in the lavish environment that would become his norm in his later years, but he had a loving mother and father who provided their son with a stable environment in a good neighborhood in Bayside, Queens. The only downside seems to have been his father's legendary temper, which earned him the nickname Mad Max, as even the ringing of a telephone could send him into one of his legendary rages. But it seems that Max was more angered at situations, objects, and annoying adults than he was at his children. So by all accounts, Jordan had a good, well-adjusted childhood. As beneficial as such an environment is, Jordan was gifted with another advantage that ensured he had a bright future ahead of him: heightened natural intelligence. Jordan earned straight A's in grade school, and while he got into drugs at the tender age of 11, he still excelled in school and was well on his way to enrolling in medical school, as his mother had dreamed. After completing 4 years in college, Jordan would end up choosing dental school, but during his first day of enrollment, Jordan was made aware by his professor that the golden age of dentistry was over, and while all these new students would end up making a comfortable living, they weren't going to be made as extravagantly wealthy from their profession as they might have hoped, which was a problem for Jordan. But this problem had an easy solution, for Jordan, along with his friend Elliot, had spent their recent summers pursuing a business endeavor of theirs, selling Italian ices, ice creams, and other sundries to beachgoers across New York City, a hustle that managed to clear them $20 grand a summer. While this wasn't a job that would evolve into a career, it would set the stage for what was to come. Aside from this first foray into entrepreneurship with his beachside business, Jordan would end up selling the dental supplies he had to buy for school to a lab room full of his would-be fellow students auction style. And according to Jordan, this was the first time that he felt like a true salesman. After this, though, Jordan found himself languishing in his studio apartment, wondering what he was going to do with the rest of his life. And in that moment, he received a call from Elliot, who promised him that if he came to work with him selling meat and seafood at a company called Great American Meat and Seafood, he'd be making the money they made on those beaches in the summer every day of their lives. So Jordan went off to work with Elliot, and here he discovered the inner workings of something that was going to aid him greatly in forming his own financial empire: the art of the scam. What the reverend salesman of Great American Meat and Seafood did was they would go to residential neighborhoods, particularly rich ones, and they'd offer them the following spiel. My name is Jordan, and I deliver meat and seafood to some of your neighbors in the area. I have an overorder on my truck today, and I can't get back to the freezer. I'm willing to sell you everything at cost. Is there any way you can help me out? Of course, this was nothing but a complete lie, and that was the scam. Take overpriced goods to someone's door, offer them a deal which wasn't actually a deal, and make a nice profit from it. With his natural talent for bullshitting people, Jordan quickly became the top salesman at Great American, which led him to believe that he could do much better for himself if he left Great American and started his own company, which he did. Unfortunately for Jordan, after a few natural disasters and some credit mismanagement, Jordan's meat and seafood company would end up driving him into bankruptcy. But as chance would have it, there was another friend waiting in line to inspire Jordan into dipping his toes into a new career field: stock brokerage. Shortly after going bankrupt, a friend of Jordan's by the name of Michael Falk paid a visit to Jordan's home in his Ferrari to tell him how well he'd been doing, making $1 million plus a year as a stockbroker. Jordan knew he had always wanted to be a rich man, and it was at that moment that he knew that this was how he was going to make his fortune. So right off the back of a bankruptcy, which should have disqualified him from becoming a man who handles finances, Jordan secured an interview with L.F. Rothschild through his parents' friend Bob Cohen. And in that interview, Jordan managed to secure a job on the lowest rung of the stockbroking totem pole as a connector by pitching a stock to his interviewer. And within a few hours of his first day at Rothschild, Jordan met a man who fulfilled the vaunted role of being the second corrupting influence in his life: Mark Hanna. To be fair, if it weren't Mark who showed him the ropes, it would have been someone else. But Mark was the senior broker at Rothschild, and during his lunch break, Jordan would learn to appreciate what every yuppie stockbroker on 1980s Wall Street needed to function in their cutthroat world: a healthy appetite for any and all forms of debauchery, like drugs, sex, alcohol, and anything in between. However, Jordan's tenure at L.F. Rothschild wouldn't last long, as Jordan was fortunate enough to begin his career on Wall Street right as the great crash of 1987 occurred, which shuttered L.F. Rothschild and left many an aspiring broker, Jordan included, flat out on their rears. So once again, Jordan found himself in need of work. But this time, he knew exactly what kind of work that he wanted to pursue, which led him to taking up a job at a small-time investment firm known as the Investor Center, as well as other small-time brokerages, companies that fall under the category of over-the-counter brokerages, institutions that dealt heavily in the third corrupting influence of Jordan's life: penny stocks. You see, the average rate of commission for your typical low-level stockbroker lay somewhere in the realm of 1%, which means on $1 million deal, such a broker could expect to earn 10 grand, which is a decent chunk of change no matter who you are. Though that might be the case, earning that money requires that you sell $1 million worth of stock, which for seasoned veterans of the trade is an easy enough feat to accomplish. But for a person just starting out on Wall Street, well, that's a different story. But for a person working at a firm like the Investor Center, the commission rates were 10 to 20% of the trade, which is a sizable amount, but not the 50% rate that the film Jordan claimed it was. So a broker selling someone 10 grand worth of stock would net themselves anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 in commission. And if you have the natural talent of a man like Jordan Belfort, that becomes quite the easy feat to accomplish. And Jordan quickly made a name for himself as perhaps the greatest penny stock trader of all time, earning himself millions in the span of a few short months. The only problem with this new profession of his is that it
I genuinely don't know how to shade this shit. I am so lost. This is definitely not the hair that I want. Let's just listen to the second tired. How the fuck am I meant to do this again? Trust the process?
This video is brought to you by Mubi, a curated streaming service showing exceptional films from around the globe. Get a whole month free at mubi.com/speakingmovies. This is one of my favorite scenes from Dan Gilroy's 2014 film Nightcrawler. The man you see on the left is Louis Bloom, a stringer who follows police scans at night to catch footage of accidents and crimes to sell to his local news organization. The woman on the right is Detective Ranieri, here to question Lou's involvement in a recent shootout that happened between the cops and some local criminals. At first glance, the scene feels like any other interrogation sequence. The detective asks some questions and the suspect answers. But something weird happens when Lou begins telling the detective about what he was doing the day of the incident.
It began earlier in the day. I was watering my plant.
Right there.
I was watering my plant.
Now, obviously this line makes more sense if you've seen the film, and regardless, it probably feels weirder than it actually is because I specifically cut around it. But considering how the rest of his statement is solely about the shootout itself, mentioning his plan seems like a very odd move to make.
That's your story? That's what happened. That's why I'm sitting here with you.
So why did Lou start his sentence with this? For starters, there are actually 3 instances leading up to this moment where Lou waters his plant. Once after the first night of working as a stringer, once during the montage sequence, and once after the detectives visit his apartment. You may also have noticed from the timing of the shots that Lou always waters his plant at the same time of the day. The shots always follow a night of working when he's back at home and is watching the same daily news on his television. This is more than taking care of a plant. It's a routine, a ritual he practices for a very specific reason, to mimic normal human behavior. You see, this is Nightcrawler's way of portraying a psychopathic character without saying that he is a psychopath. I know, I'll get to that word in a minute. The reason why Lou mentions watering his plant is because he's trying to appeal to the detective that he is normal.
I don't care. Wonderful.
Think about it. Is there a way to act psychopathy?
I need you to step out of the car, sir.
Shoot psychopathy. play psychopathy? Although outward appearance surely is one thing to consider, cinematic depiction of a psychopathic individual, or for that matter, any character, is never just about the look. While the infamous psychopath stare can seem like a decisive attribute, it doesn't actually hold enough power to stand on its own, and truth be told, it's not even a defining characteristic in real life. And yes, I'm saying Lou is a psychopath only for the sake of simplicity. As far as I know, psychopathy is not a real diagnosis that is found in DSM-5. It's something that can only be assessed. It'd be more accurate to refer to psychopathy based on existing disorders like borderline, narcissistic, or even histrionic personality disorder. But given the complex nature of ASPD, we're gonna refer to all forms of, or a mixture of, different personality disorders present in this film as psychopathy. That means we're not going to talk about sociopathy for the same reason, although since sociopaths are commonly believed to be created, are more prone to emotional bursts, and can feel some degree of empathy, it may arguably fit Lou's character better. So, simplicity, just keep that in mind. Now, as it unsurprisingly turns out, you can absolutely act, shoot, and play psychopathy in a film. The issue isn't in whether it's possible or not, but in how you use them together. And that's what makes Louis Bloom such a riveting character. The perfect collaboration among different cinematic details found in every aspect of filmmaking, including the narrative arc, the score, the camera work, and even the script itself. For instance, take a look at this scene between Lou and Nina, the news director to whom Lou sells his footage. Now, Nina is here merely for the sake of professional courtesy, and also because Lou passive-aggressively threatened her about selling to the competitors if she didn't.
Is that what you're saying?
Lou, on the other hand, has a very specific reason for taking Nina out. In a nutshell, he wants to sleep with her. With that, listen to how the conversation starts.
My body's so off, I feel like it's time for breakfast.
I bet you're beautiful any time of the day. I'd say you're much prettier than Lisa Mays.
While Nina tries to ease up the awkward tension, Lou gets straight to the point. That's why the first round ends with a nervous laughter, a sign of discomfort, not appreciation. Now, watch how Lou responds to this signal.
I like the dark makeup on your eyes. I also like the way you smell.
This line is significant for a number of reasons. First, it is clear that Lou cannot and does not intend to read the room. Second, his words suggest that he does not see Nina as a person, but as a tool. The so-called compliment he gives Nina is nothing but descriptive and surface level. He has no interest in getting to know her. Instead, he simply wants to possess her for her most outwardly attributes. The longer the scene carries on, the more evident it becomes that there is something off about Lou. From the unnatural timing of his laughs, forceful questioning, to fixation with food, sex, and money. As a matter of fact, you can tell the exact moment Lou shifts his focus inward by looking at when the camera switches to a choker close-up shot. Naturally, the two instances of the choker shots are where the most pivotal dialogue happens, with Lou openly threatening Nina with his demands. Therefore, it's safe to say that while there is a sense of balance in the numerous shot reverse shots present in the scene, there's no true connection between the two characters, as most of the shots visually separate them. Even when you do get a two-shot, it's either when Nina is desperately trying to make sense of what Lou is saying, or when Lou is waiting for Nina to respond to his blunt remarks.
Because as I'm sure you know, a friend is a gift you give yourself.
Now, what you just saw is one of the highlights of Nightcrawler, where the film decides to plainly reveal Lou's true color. But early on, the film draws his character in a more subtle way by solely implying his apathetic nature. For this example, which happens just 5 minutes into the film, I'm going to show you the script first before sharing the actual scene. Take a minute to read the following and see how you feel about it. Ready? I assume most people won't find this monologue peculiar. It reads like a self-introduction, a resume, and a rather compelling one at that. But watch what happens when Lou actually speaks the lines.
Excuse me, sir. I'm looking for a job. In fact, I've made up my mind to find a career that I can learn and grow into. Who am I? I'm a hard worker. I set high goals.
Suddenly, every word sounds like a red flag. Why is that?
I know that today's work culture no longer caters to the job loyalty that could be promised to earlier generations.
The way Lou carries himself doesn't help, and the tempo of the delivery, as if he memorized and rehearsed the lines a million times, doesn't help either. But most importantly, it's because this speech is strategically written as a writing. It is meant to be read, not spoken. A typical informal speech is conversational, less structured, and tends to have repeating words and fillers with longer pauses. What Lou does here is the complete opposite. It is formal, structured, with little to no repetition and hesitation. The only thing that is repeatedly used is the word sir, which, amidst the carefully chosen vocabulary, just feels like something Lou deliberately included to pretend informality. However, the most intriguing part of the scene comes after the speech, when the owner of the
Not bad. And actually, without the light, the shade can work from afar. The light kind of dips away a lot of it. What if I just
scrapyard says,
"I'm not hiring a fucking thief."
And Lou reacts with... Few things to take away from this reaction. First, it shows that Lou is not affected emotionally by the remark. Instead, he sees this as a necessary attribute a responsible employer must have. Second, this tells the audience that Lou realizes in this moment not that he cannot be a thief as an employee, but that he must not hire thieves as an employer.
I'm Louis Boom.
Oh, hey, Lou.
Louis.
Also note that this doesn't equate to a gesture of respect. Again, every encounter is a learning process for him, a gathering of information. The interaction wasn't a failure because it's always about Lou and never about the other person. There's a wonderful scene around halfway into the film that beautifully illustrates this focus Lou carries with his identity. Lou's relationship with KWLA has become more solid by this time, and Nina sees him as one of her most reliable business partners. Now, when Nina hands over the check in this scene, Lou suddenly talks about...
I'm focusing on framing.
Framing?
A proper frame not only draws the eye into a picture, but keeps it there longer, dissolving the barrier between the subject and the outside of the frame.
Okay, you may think that this simply demonstrates Lou's obsessive passion for his work, but there's more to this preface than meets the eye. Because what directly follows this is...
Is that blood on your shirt?
This line itself isn't special, but the framing is. If you go back to the moment Nina hands Lou the check, the camera actually captures Lou's shirt for a brief second. This is the only time the audience gets to see the shirt, but many people will probably miss the blood, because this particular framing divides the emphasis between the check and the shirt, causing neither to be at the center of your attention. The result is a quick, neutral image that some people will catch and others will not. Note that it's after this initial display that the film shows Nina looking down at Lou's shirt, and after this glance that she finally brings up the blood.
Is that blood on your shirt?
An order of presentation that seems flipped from the conventional storytelling perspective. For the rest of the scene too, the camera never cuts to Lou's shirt again, despite having the characters constantly redirect their attention or the conversation to the blood.
It's also on your sleeve.
Now, this part doesn't have much to do with the framing technique Lou was referring to, but it does have something to do with targeting. It's saying that the story has moved on and therefore the committed act of crime from the previous scene has no place under the spotlight, compelling the audience to focus on Lou's current status, that he has yet again proven his abilities and has earned the trust of his partners. In a similar manner, the scene is also displaying Lou's single-mindedness, that he only cares about his own success and not the morality of his actions that bring him there. And if you think about it, this kind of framing applies to the rest of the film as well. While Lou may take great pride in his works, going as far as manipulating the site of the accident to create the perfect shot, the audience rarely gets to see the incidents in as much detail as he does, leaving them thirsty for more. Or not. This is just one of many balances the film creates for itself. Nightcrawler's impact depends on symmetry, a constant presence of counterbalance to the unchanging evil that is Louis Bloom. Now, obviously, nothing in this film can totally cancel out Lou's depravity, but just like how your thirst for the horrific images may diminish your hate for Lou, there are things in this film that at least have the potential to lessen your repulsion to the character or the story itself. And you've already seen some of them. Although very deceptive and minimal in effect, the repeating shot of Lou watering his plant does add a human touch to his character. Likewise, the people around Lou tend to share his sense of immorality to varying degrees, to dampen our sensitivity to the on-screen atrocities. The scrapyard owner ends up buying from Lou for profit despite knowing that they are all stolen. The store owner catches Lou's bluff and likely assumes the bike isn't his, but still accepts it. Nina pretty much supports everything Lou does for her own success, and even Rick tries to blackmail Lou for money, although this one is in all likelihood more justified than other examples. But unlike Lou, they have clear boundaries, and the film makes sure to highlight it. In spite of their wrongdoings, the owners want nothing to do with Lou and try their hardest to get him off their property. Rick, like I said, clearly was mistreated for the longest time, and even the notorious Nina freaks out when Lou threatens her, saying that friends would never pressure friends into sleeping with them. Lou is a completely self-sustaining entity in this film. The people that come and go in his life may act as a mitigator, but in no way are they in the same field as him. Lou may talk, smile, and act a certain way to come across as a kind, hard-working man, but is in no shape or form an actually loving person. He does not change. That's why the film opens up with Lou attacking and stealing from an innocent
God, I'm losing motivation. Truly, I am slowly but surely I'm losing motivation. Those flowers took the lights out of me.
story or insane world building in the games we play. And that's because in games, through our own agency, we get to uncover secrets and mysteries for ourselves. Universes that on the surface seem so unassuming, but are hiding some of the most deranged lore you've ever seen. So today, I'm going to give you a look into the best of the best, and show you what it is that makes each so special and beloved in their own way. All franchises you are probably only scratching the surface of knowledge on, and trust me, things are about to get wild. Here are the games with the most insane and deep lore ever.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
If you've ever watched my channel before, you know that my favorite style of games are experiences with a lot of agency, or in other words, immersive sims. But while Prey and its DLC Mooncrash is the most underrated game of all time, check out my video on it if you haven't already, there's actually one other immersive sim game that has even better lore, Deus Ex. The series takes place in a near-future Earth where technology has been set loose. Humanity is now merged with machines, with many augmented people roaming the streets, which became especially dangerous after an event known as the Aug Incident, where augmented people across the globe all in unison became enraged and violent after a broadcast turned them into monsters because of a hidden biochip in their heads. And while this event and the more recent games dive deeply into this story and its consequences, in my opinion, the actual world of Deus Ex and how it came to be, or in other words, the lore, is the most fascinating part. Because the real story of Deus Ex actually begins 300 years ago, with the formation of the now fabled group, the Illuminati. Just like in the real world, this group sought to retain control over humanity by using political and societal pressure to bend the masses to their will. And for hundreds of years, this plan worked. Hiding in the shadows, the leaders of this elusive group pulled the strings behind the presidential elections, wars, and most conflicts. However, during the turn of the 21st century, a great threat to the Illuminati and their power had developed: the internet. You see, the internet posed a great threat to the Illuminati because of its open and decentralized nature. Anyone, anywhere, could post anything. And because of that, in no time, misinformation and confusion became commonplace. The ease of access to information, regardless of whether it was true, led to people becoming conspiracy theorists en masse, and society as a whole was quickly changing. This destabilization of sorts made it hard for the Illuminati to retain control because the spread of information was so chaotic that it was now impossible for any one person or group to control it. So fearing the end of the organization as they knew it, the 5 main leaders of the Illuminati met to discuss what to do next. But because they could not come to a single agreed upon decision, one member named Bob Page took drastic action and betrayed everyone else, initiating a grand plan to once again move the Illuminati to the top of the food chain. First of all, Page, with the help of top scientists, created a pandemic called the Grey Death, which was developed and released in a Chinese research facility originally, leading to countless deaths and destabilization in the world, on top of a host of other contagions that were already wreaking havoc. Next, Page moved to consolidate power in the biggest government organizations similar to the United Nations, of which he had a high stake in each. And maybe most important of all, under the guise of making the internet a more welcoming and kind place, Page finalized the Aquinas Protocol, which instituted a hyper-intelligent AI called Icarus to be in control of the internet. And this was all under the guise of removing harmful posts and misinformation while actually retaining complete control over the spread of information and thought for the Illuminati. These massive moves from Page sent the world into utter chaos, but in the process allowed the Illuminati to take full control from governments and big corporations that had led us to our doom. And it's one of the most profound setups for a game series of all time, especially when you consider that this world was actually created back in the 90s, meaning the fact that a lot of these ideas seem so plausible or have just outright happened all the more insane. More than many other game series out there, Deus Ex is a commentary on what a dystopian future would look like with our modern day technology, and how humanity would be willing to surrender its own freedoms to become slaves to all powerful people and organizations we can't even see. And on top of this, so many of the predictions the series made ended up coming true, and are a huge warning sign for what we might expect in the near future of our real lives too. Or put differently, a game series with a set of lore that not only is extremely fascinating to learn about, but also extremely concerning when applied to our real world as well. But also, it just allows for an amazing universe to explore, with futuristic locations and technology that have become so integrated into humanity, asking us questions about whether enhancing ourselves past what it means to be human is even worth it, and whether or not we lose what we were along the way. This isn't a world full of giant monsters that crawl out of black holes or have wings and fly. It's a world full of the monsters we see every day, evil organizations and other human beings alike that want to control our everyday lives. And maybe that's more insane than any other fictitious world out there could be. Well, I guess we'll find out. Five Nights at Freddy's, or FNAF, is without a doubt one of the most ubiquitous game series when it comes to lore. There have been countless multi-hour-long YouTube analysis videos now, and entire communities dedicated to figuring out the secrets of this dark and twisted franchise. And all of this intrigue stems from the unbelievable murders and horrors that took place in a set of pizzerias and third places that were supposed to cater to kids. You see, years ago, a man named William Afton moved himself and his family from England into a small rural town in the States called Hurricane. And it was here that William met another family man named Henry Emily. And after becoming good friends and due to both of their entrepreneurial spirits, they decided to open up a new business venture they called Fredbear's Family Diner. This home away from home of sorts was to be known for its delicious cakes and pizza, but even more so, the cute and cuddly giant animatronics that would put on shows for young children and families alike. In fact, inside of these massive electronic animatronics were chambers that people could climb into and control themselves. And often, Henry and William, after a good day of hard work, would don these suits themselves and put on fantastic and funny shows for families. Almost similar to something like Chuck E. Cheese, if any of you know what that is. It's something that I grew up with as a kid myself and have so many distinct memories of. But you see, things at Fredbear's Diners were about to take a turn for the absolutely mental. As business began to boom, William and Henry opened up more and more locations, along with a spin-off property called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which also came with the creation of a whole new host of animatronics to cater to the younger crowd. But as William and Henry began to become more and more close, Henry started to discover something very, very wrong was going on with William. This strange man from England seemed to have multiple violent outbursts, and oftentimes would talk about extremely sadistic or horrifying things that he would potentially do to others, even children. So fearing for his only child's life, Henry designed a puppet animatronic to protect his daughter. But on one fateful evening, when she found herself locked outside one of the franchise establishments, William pulled up into the parking lot, got out of his car, and brutally mauled this helpless young child to death, all while the protector animatronic was locked away inside in a box. After this event, when the puppet animatronic finally did escape its confinements inside, it went outside to Henry's daughter's dead body and became possessed by her soul. The first instance we see in the series of the power that children and their souls have, something that will be very important later. And during this time as well, this wasn't the only instance of heinous acts on children that William had committed. At one point, he lured 5 helpless underage customers into one of the back rooms in the pizzeria and murdered them ruthlessly, skinning their bodies in the process. After which, he took their lifeless corpses and stuffed them into hidden compartments that he had designed into many of the animatronics, meaning the happy and carefree robots putting on shows for children every night literally had dead children inside them at the same time. But you see, this main murder spree from William was initiated after he found one of his own children dead in the jaws of one of the animatronics, due to the fact that one of his older sons had tried to play a prank on his youngest where the bear animatronic would give him a kiss, but during this, one of the springs broke and cut the small child in half, spewing blood everywhere. For someone that was already an assumed child serial killer, this event is what sent William off to the deep end, losing the one he loved most, family. And all of these horrific events eventually cascaded into the diner and pizzeria locations being shut down, as well as William himself losing his other high-paying corporate job, which caused him to go on to his newest venture, Afton Robotics, which he used as a front to kidnap children from their families and torture and kill them. Because William had discovered that whenever he killed a child, they would release a mysterious substance known as Remnant, which actually gave William the power of immortality. This meant that by engaging in his favorite pastime, murdering children, William would also be granting himself an infinite life to commit more murders. And if you haven't already caught on by now, the lore in this series is absolutely and undeniably crazy. What on the surface first looked like a standard horror game with creepy robotic animatronics, over the years after countless reveals, has turned into one of the most horrific and terrifying stories full of evil world building out there. In the games, we get to explore these now haunted facilities in the small town of Hurricane and unveil more hellish stories of the events that took place, all while being chased around by creepy robots haunted by the souls of murdered children. And it goes to show that sometimes the least assuming of games are hiding the most twisted lore. And considering how massive the community and fan base of this series is now, it also sheds light on the fact that even when you make a series that is primarily focused on world building and lore, if that lore is deep and dark, it can make the game so much more beloved than even good gameplay or graphics ever could. After all, stories are a part of the human condition, and the more strange and macabre the stories, the more interesting they become, living on in our minds forever. And if you're looking for a spooky series like that, look no further than Five Nights at Freddy's. Torment Tides of Numenera might just have some of the best lore and one of the most mind-bending worlds of all time that almost no one knows about. Taking place over 1 billion years into the Earth's future, you find yourself on a planet now called the Ninth World. You see, before the current time period in the game, there were said to be 8 great spacefaring civilizations that called this planet home, all with their own societies and technologies, but each of these civilizations fell for unknown and mysterious reasons, only to be surpassed by the next. Nowadays, human society has regressed into a near medieval state, where across the Earth there are now scattered thousands of strange and unbelievable artifacts and sets of technology nicknamed Numenera. Cults have sprung up to worship these artifacts, while other citizens focus on rebuilding lost cities from millions of years ago to help spur on a new golden age. And amidst all of this chaos lies you, the last castoff. When you begin the game, you awake in this strange city on Earth after quite literally falling out of the sky like a shooting star. And after having some discussions with the local townsfolk, you discover that it's because you are one of the most recently shed bodies from a powerful force known as the Changing God. This one man, now coined a god, was able to reverse engineer old technologies to give himself the power of immortality by simply taking over and creating new host bodies to live in endlessly and shedding his consciousness from one body to the next as time went on. But because of this great power unearthed from this one individual, a formidable cosmic horror known as a Sorrow is chasing him down to kill him, and this means killing his old cast-off bodies as well. So you were tasked with figuring out exactly who you were before, who you are now, and what the Sorrow even is. And most interestingly of all, some of the biggest ancient mysteries of this undying world. And for me personally, I love lore and world building like this, where you slowly get to unravel mysteries that took place thousands or millions of years ago and reveal ancient technologies and civilizations that knew even more than we do now. It's the whole reason I think people in our real lives, like Graham Hancock and his theories on ancient apocalypses, draw so many eyes and attention. People just love the idea of long forgotten ancient societies that suffered massive apocalypses, only to leave behind clues as to what happened. It hits at the heart of human curiosity, and it's so much cooler than the standard linear narratives of human progression we're often taught, regardless of whether or not it's actually true. And it's that same sense of curiosity and wonder of what's out there, the core of what makes sci-fi as a genre so cool in the first place, that makes Torment Tides of Numenera such an enthralling world to get lost in. On top of that too, there's so many interesting philosophical and technological questions asked with each step you take. And some of the places you go in the latter half of the game are astonishing, like the gaping maw of an interdimensional alien you comb through the depths of, or a spaceship stranded in the dark abyss of the cosmos, forced to build its own society that evolved differently over time. In addition, there's countless interesting sci-fi concepts on offer here as well, like the levies or police force of the main city. These levies are machine-human hybrids who are created by taking 1 year of life from any citizen looking to join the safety of the city's walls. These levies are machine machine-human hybrids, who are created by taking 1 year of consciousness and life from any citizen looking to join the safety of the city's walls, and using that consciousness to power these automatrons to protect and serve. In one mission in the game, you discover a Levy who was given a year of consciousness from a man that had committed multiple murders without anyone knowing. And this meant that the Levy was perpetually burdened with sadness and guilt and could barely withstand living, while the man had completely cleared his conscience, shedding the horrible year from his mind. And you can either help this Levy gain a new year from that same man to end its pain, or decide that since Levies are not actually human, that it doesn't matter anyways. And this is just one example of such a strange yet fascinating concept or idea that permeates this game's world and lore. At multiple points, you even come into contact with a massive cult of Numenera worshippers who eat human flesh in order to gain memories of the fallen, all in an attempt to preserve the histories of the world that were forgotten and lost before. And with each of these groups you encounter, big questions about what it means to be human, to be alive, or the importance of knowledge and sacrifice are questioned to you as the player, where your decisions can dramatically impact the world. And as a sucker for ancient civilizations, advanced technology, and big philosophical questions in the stories I consume, Torment: Tides of Numenera is literally built atop these foundations. Even walking around the city or new locations you discover along the main story is so engaging, because everywhere you go you will find massive strange structures from Earth's past millions of years ago, and it really makes you think about what these other civilizations must have been like to create technology so beyond our comprehension. Sadly though, the actual game itself is honestly pretty boring to play, with less than stellar combat and a UI that looks like someone tried to physically hurt our eyes. But beneath that all lies a series that is home to one of the coolest sci-fi settings I've ever seen, and asks so many grand and thought-provoking questions for you to answer, all for yourself. And by the way, while I wouldn't necessarily recommend playing this game like a lot of others on this list, if you are interested in hearing a full synopsis of this underrated gem, check out the full hour-long video I made on this channel. It's not one many of you saw, but I think a lot of you would love it. Fallout is home to some of the most amazing and fascinating little tidbits of world building and lore that the game's medium has seen, and in many ways it's the main contributing factor behind the success of this now juggernaut of a franchise. From its most basic standpoint though, Fallout is based on an alternative timeline to our real world, where up until the 1950s, things were pretty much exactly the same. But in the Fallout universe, humanity largely stayed stuck and attached to these atomic age ideals of the time. And because of this, much of the technological, aesthetic, and cultural growth over the following century remained draped in nostalgic perversion for this now long gone era. But during this time too, with the advent of the nuclear bomb and growing arsenals around the world, along with rising tensions between the United States of America and China, not all was looking good. In fact, by the year 2077, animosity between these two nations had reached a fever pitch, and resulted in the infamous Great War, which began on October 23rd of that year. Both China and the US launched almost their entire arsenal of nuclear weapons at each other at once, and in the crossfire, countless other nations and lives were lost across the world. And for anyone that was unlucky enough to have survived the initial blast, the nuclear fallout would have blackened the sky above and caused extreme cold and despair, along with mutating animal and human DNA alike into strange and otherworldly creatures. And even hundreds of years later, the now almost unrecognizable Earth, now known as the Wasteland, would be home to copious amounts of murder and evil, a quite literal hell on Earth for those of us still alive. However, maybe the most interesting part about the whole series isn't actually the bombs falling, but all the implications around it. And that's because before the Great War began, a mega corporation known as Vault-Tec, secretly in cahoots with the United States government, had set up 122 underground vault facilities that were meant to house and protect innocent civilians in the event that the bombs did fall. On the surface, these vaults were marked as safe houses in the event of catastrophe that simply served as shelters for food, water, and housing, along with a lot of community, all of which could be maintained for hundreds of years post the bombs falling. But behind this facade lied a much darker secret, because the vaults were actually being used as a set of testing facilities on human experimentation and torture. And in the first season of the Fallout TV show, it was even revealed that Vault-Tec themselves intended to drop the bombs first at the start of the Great War. That way they could force innocent people into the vaults to run experiments on them for their own sick pleasure, and also the promise of a monopoly over the world and its people hundreds of years later. And some of these experiments were truly heinous, like pumping white noise or toxic gases into these vaults where no one could escape, murdering mothers and fathers, and then using their children as lab rats in genetic mutation, only to kill off those not physically or mentally strong enough in front of other children. Or even trapping residents inside virtual reality simulators, where the overseer or leader of the vault could kill them over and over again, only to wipe their memories and start all over. The strange and dark things that happened in these vaults are truly unimaginable, but also some of the most oddly fascinating stories to dive into. And without a doubt, they're what make the lore of Fallout so recognizable and ubiquitous. So much so that I actually even made a 2-hour-long video going in depth into every single vault we know about, so feel free to check that out too if you're interested. And overall, these vaults played a key role in every game, as they serve not only as the starting place, but also locations to find endless lore and intrigue to dive into in this series. And on top of this, there's so much more other lore in this series as well that takes it to the next level, like the Brotherhood of Steel, who are a splinter faction of the old United States military that has formed into a techno-fascist regime of sorts that scours the states looking for pre-war technology that they can hoard for themselves. Or what about the Enclave, the remnants of the highest levels of the government who are now shrouded in secrecy, but may even have been the key people that started the Great War, all in a bid to escape from Earth on a massive spaceship and find a new home planet after they knew the world was doomed from upcoming nuclear annihilation. Some of the older lore revealed from the original creators of the series even paint some potential pictures where the Enclave themselves may have been behind the vaults, and the
Ý là không 5:30 sang giờ đi 5 phút thôi mà. Giờ 7 giờ về.
reason the experiments seem so random and over the top is because all of these experiments were being done to help with deep space exploration for elites who knew the world would end. And just when you thought it couldn't get any crazier, there are even other problems in the wasteland years after the devastation, like the proliferation of FEV, or the forced evolutionary virus, which was created in lab testing trying to develop human resistances to Chinese synthetic contagions, which resulted in a virus that can literally change human DNA and mutate us into giant horrific monsters that eat human flesh and shout obscenities. Overall, Fallout is as insane and depressing as it is wacky and whimsical, and the endless gore and killing in conjunction with the happy robots and 50s era charm results in a world that is unlike anything else out there, with some of the coolest and deepest lore you can find. Sometimes the best lore in games doesn't come from great world building and backstories, but from situations and ideas that truly make us think deeply. And in the case of games like this, very few reach the dizzying heights of Paradise Killer. Set in a late-stage dystopia thousands of years in the future, the game sees you playing as a member of what is called the Syndicate, a group of immortal alien beings that have garnered their insurmountable power from a set of cosmic gods they pray to. And through their divine authority, the Syndicate has been designing what they call paradises, artificial islands that are meant to give birth to perfect utopias, where the Syndicate's rich members can forever live in luxury and happiness. But in order to retain this power, the Syndicate must commit blood sacrifices and mass genocide of the less fortunate in order to appease their grotesque rulers. And this has resulted in now countless paradises falling apart and turning into utter chaos, forcing the Syndicate to once again, through the power of their cosmic gods, tear apart their islands and start anew. In the game, you are playing during the fall of the 24th Paradise Island, with many in the Syndicate wanting to move on to the next sequence quickly, but they're being stopped due to an ongoing murder investigation going on to see who murdered the Council, the ruling body of the Syndicate. As part of the investigation, you are tasked with figuring out where the truth lies, but as interesting as the investigation is, it's the world that it's set in that's truly the star of the show. Because this so-called paradise on the surface seems amazing. Vibrant colors and sounds, rushing waves from a nearby ocean, and grand buildings and hallways that all scream decadence and luxury. However, as you start to explore the island more, you can't help but shake the feeling that something feels off. You eventually start to stumble upon the lower decks of the island, hidden away from sight, that are home to innocent beings being sacrificed to appease the cosmic gods. At one point, you can even find an entire complex covered in blood and gore, with every building and road utterly annihilated. And then it suddenly hits you. The only way this paradise can even exist is on the backs and lives of thousands of tortured individuals. It's a haunting revelation for sure, and the deeper you explore this game and its world, the more striking it becomes. You're constantly asking questions like, can a utopia even exist without the pain and suffering of many? Or even explorations into ideas like systems of government and power being so evil despite the fact that every small part of them has some good. And this all culminates in a game that on the surface is so stylish and retro-futuristic, making you feel happy and at home, yet constantly you cannot escape that feeling that something remarkably sinister is hiding beneath it all. So often in games we see dystopias that are unmistakably evil, but in Paradise Killer, we discover one that does its best to hide all of its inner workings. A commentary on late-stage capitalism where literal blood from sacrificed and tortured souls is traded like currency, and this sanctity of life and culture has been eroded so much that it no longer matters. A futuristic society that finally has embraced the dark secrets that all of us know deep down, that no perfect world exists unless conquered by those who are more fortunate over those who are less. And really, it's a game with a perfect blend of storytelling and philosophy with world building that combine to make a setting that is hard to pull your attention away from. In fact, many of the ideas themselves actually stem from real-world experiments. For example, the 25th Paradise Island the Syndicate wants to move to is an analogy to the real-world John B. Calhoun experiments from the late 60s, which were a series of tests to create a mouse utopia where everything would be perfect, no predators, tons of food and shelter, and no health problems. But in this experiment, eventually under perfect conditions, the mice started to lose their minds, with fights breaking out everywhere and horrifying scenes of mothers literally eating their children, resulting in the experiment being shut down. It's a perfect parallel to what we see happening in this game, and there are so many other parallels just like this too. Because after all, isn't a huge part of great lore the questions that it asks of us, the big mysteries left unanswered, or the philosophical treats that occupy our minds for weeks? For me personally, it's why I love games that focus so much on setting and lore in the first place, because those things stick with you so much more than good gameplay ever could. The Witcher series is one of the most beloved fantasy realms in all of the gaming sphere, but for most people, their extent of knowledge of the universe starts and stops at Geralt and killing cool monsters. But behind this admittedly awesome setup is an even more insane and crazy world. 1500 years before Geralt was even born, the most important event in the history of the series took place, known as the Conjunction of the Spheres. And it was here that what was previously an infinite set of parallel universes and dimensions collided into one another in a fury of cosmic fusion. Some scholars in the universe believe this was purely a natural and rare event of the universe that happened by pure chance, while others argue that it was a deliberate act caused by some unknown higher powers or entities, like a society of all-powerful flying unicorn gods that can travel between time and space. And no, I'm not joking. And in fact, even magic itself in the series can be explained from this event, as mages in the games and books pull their powers of shooting fireballs or healing ailments from alternate dimensions on the fly. And the reason they're so revered is because they can pull from this infinite set of realities to create new ones right before our very eyes. But regardless, during this time, the realms and entities within each dimension suddenly came into contact with one another. And this is why we see so many strange and unique monsters and beasts in the series. They all came from this original conjunction of the spheres, which led to hundreds of new species, both intelligent and feral alike, to finding a new home on the continent, a massive landmass on a planet caught in the mixture of this chaos. Humanity originally was a minority on this continent after being sent here from Earth during the conjunction, but due to some universe hopping, political strife, and massive wars sometime later, eventually they would find themselves as the strongest race by far. The Witchers themselves, what the series is known for, primarily due to Geralt, spawned out of a need for protection from this new uncharted land after humans got there, full of monsters and strange entities. And these warriors are created by undergoing one of the most grueling and potentially deadly sets of trials out there that slowly transform a natural human being into a superhuman fighter or witcher that can take on massive beasts. This process consists of multiple steps that test the strength and abilities of each person undergoing them, including the trial of the grasses, which involves consuming a series of alchemical potions, mutagens, and herbs that kill most, or the trial of the mountains, which is a harrowing endurance test where trainees are exposed to extreme environmental conditions and forced to survive. Only those that pass each of these trials can be named a Witcher, and because there are multiple schools for the Witchers to learn from, some can even add on extra steps that make their versions of Witchers even more unique. And because of their strength and need for money, these Witchers often are used as mercenaries or guns for hire who find themselves intertwined in some of the most high-profile events happening around all of the regions of the continent, of which there's many. And for me, these other regions might actually be the most interesting part of the entire Witcher series and lore, because unknown to many players, there is so much more out there that we've never seen or explored, with rumors of entire new races and species to the east of the massive mountain ranges, ranges, or entire new lands with aliens to the west across the Great Sea. And because of the conjunction that took place over 1,000 years before we play, the possibilities here are quite literally endless as to what we could encounter in this series, seeing as anything from another dimension is possible. There could realistically be a future where Geralt is using a machine gun and nuclear bombs to fight an alien threat in space. Certainly something that would probably piss off a lot of the core fanbase, but it fits into the lore perfectly well. And when you add on top of that adversaries and allies like Ciri that can travel through different dimensions and warp space-time around themselves on the fly, you start to see that the Witcher series is so much more than meets the eye. This isn't just another run-of-the-mill fantasy world with dragons, medieval castles, and damsels in distress. Sure, there's all of that too, but along with that is some of the most insane and deep lore for any set of game series out there. For me, it's the perfect example of the kind of lore I love in fantasy games, where on the surface you can enjoy a beautiful world that seems familiar and nostalgic, yet beneath it all are tales and ideas that almost fit better in a big sci-fi epic. And also, for those of you who want an even deeper dive into The Witcher specifically to learn about the entire history and timeline of the world, check out the iceberg I made where I talk about it for over an hour. Kirby for most people is nothing more than a cute pink sphere with a kindred smile, but behind those lovable eyes lies something more insane than you could ever imagine. You see, the universe of Kirby began millions of years ago, with an unknown and all-powerful creator known as the Void. This being of sorts feeds off life energy of the universe through positive and negative emotions, and when met with a massive amount of either, it will create new entities. At one point, an unbelievable amount of negative emotions started to flow through the god's soul, and from it a foreboding evil monster known as Void Termina was born. Also referred to as the Destroyer of Worlds, Void Termina had the power to quite literally vanquish entire planets and form matter around its own body, causing the universe to live in fear of this behemoth. Luckily though, an ancient hyper-advanced civilization known as the Ancients devised a plan to fight back. The civilization was separated into two tribes. One, a sect of mystical architects that created clocks the size of planets that could grant any living being's wish. And another, a massive band of technological geniuses that created massive warships that could bend time and space around them, traveling through time if need be. So with their immense power and connections, the Ancients assembled a team of warriors led by Galactonite who were able to seal Void Termina away from the universe. However, fearing the power of this Galactonite, who seemingly was able to take down the monster on his own, the mystical tribe of the Ancients then sealed him away, which caused the technocrats to fear their power in turn, resulting in an all-out civil war. The mystical members turned back to Void Termina to unleash him back onto the world, and from then on the universe has seen constant chaos, with countless worlds being swallowed whole by dark matter, and even some being turned into entire slave planets to serve their masters. And just when you thought this game for kids couldn't get any crazier, we get to Kirby himself, who is actually another god of sorts spawned from the Void, but this time with an endless flow of positive emotions. In the games, Kirby is tasked with taking on countless adversaries, most notably of all Void Termina, but this results in this little pink puff coming into contact with fat talking penguins or giant Cthulhian void creatures that look like they're straight out of your nightmares. And along the way, Kirby has the ability to suck in foes in his way and swallow them whole in order to gain their powers, all in a bid to help him stop the evil in the galaxy. The truly horrifying part though is that while Kirby is technically always trying to do a good thing by stopping these powerful and evil beings, on his journey he kills endless amounts of innocent people in his way. For example, when fighting King Dedede to stop him from taking all the food from Dreamland, Kirby's home on planet Popstar, he murdered thousands of people to get to Dedede. So it's crazy to think that for most people playing the Kirby games, they think it's nothing more than a fun and whimsical adventure with an adorable protagonist, when really, at the heart of it all, is a universe being swallowed whole by dark energy and evil forces. And it's the perfect example of why knowing the lore behind games is so awesome in my opinion. I can tell you personally, after learning things like this behind all these series, it makes me want to play them so much more. And when you do, it adds so much weight and intrigue to everything you're doing. The world of Tyranny takes place in a continent known as Taratus, split up into multiple massive zones of influence, all with their own forms. The world of Tyranny takes place in a continent known as Taratus, split up into multiple massive zones of influence, all with their own forms and customs. And across these zones, an intellectual and technological revolution is taking place, uplifting the people from the Bronze Age into the Iron. But along with this ongoing societal progress, the world too is full of what can only be described as magic. Massive spires and old walls reaching into the sky and spanning miles across the lands seem to give off a strange energy and power that no one understands. And all that we know is that hundreds of thousands of years ago, an ancient civilization built them and seemingly conquered the world. It's such an interesting and unique setting for a game, where not only are we watching the transition into the Iron Age take place firsthand, but we also get to dive into the mystery of lost civilizations and political strife as we play. And it really makes for a world that has no other equal out there. Regardless though, when you actually begin the game, things are going horribly. Over the past 400 years, a godlike figure known as Kairos has amassed an unstoppable army and swept across this great land, taking over everything in his or her path. This great leader of sorts is shrouded in mystery as to who they even are, but what we do know is that the majority of their power comes from what are known as edicts. Through nothing more than spoken words, Kairos has the ability to change the forces of nature themselves by demanding each region of Taratus bend to their will, otherwise great catastrophes will occur like non-stop earthquakes, storms, or fires from the depths of hell. Because of this, all Taratus lives in fear under this dictator, but still in each region resistance has been met, and now when the game begins, the last remaining zone of Taratus is about to fall, known as the Tears. But within the region, two of Kairos' Archons, individuals bestowed with great magic and power from Kairos, are beginning to have a civil war of sorts as they vie for power over the region about to crumble. On one side sits the Scarlet Chorus, led by the Archon of Secrets, Voices of Nerat, and on the other side the Disfavored, led by Graven Ash, the Archon of War. And you as a player are sent in as a Fatebinder, an enforcer of Kairos' laws who serves under the Archon of Justice, Tunon, to go and resolve the issue. But when you get there, chaos begins to ensue, and it eventually results in Kairos casting an edict on the Tears themselves and plunging them into the Dark Ages. And it's your job as this Fatebinder to figure out exactly what to do and where all of Kairos' power is even coming from. It really is just one of the coolest setups and worlds in a game I've ever seen, and the lore behind it all goes so deep. Later on in the title, you even get to explore more of the old walls and spires and learn about this ancient civilization, and some of the reveals towards the final act paint a picture as to how exactly Kairos became so powerful and what you can do to stop it, or even help it. Because in Tyranny, you play as the bad guy if you want to, and it's one of the only games where you actually get to do so. After all, you start the game as a Fatebinder, someone who strictly carries out Kairos' will, and by all accounts, that makes you the evil oppressor taking over innocent people's homes. This means you can commit heinous acts like slowly torturing and killing innocent civilians, or lying and conniving your way through people to get to information. But on the same token, you can also turn against all of it and become the hero that the people need in their time of grieving, and take on a literal god that can speak words of death and have it come to life. It really is just the type of game that is so underrated for so many reasons, and most of all of that stems from the amazing lore and world on offer here, with so much political and societal intrigue and questions asked, along with countless decisions you make along the way that drastically affect the game world and ending. Entire zones and places you can go on your journey will be blocked off or opened up depending on your decisions, and you literally have to play this game multiple times to see everything. And also, starting off the journey on the bad guys team makes it so much more fascinating, especially as you learn more throughout the game about all the good Kairos has done to the conquered lands as well, making you question what good and evil in this world even means. Overall though, Tyranny truly is Obsidian at their very best in terms
today to find that everything you know is gone, including your home, your... Imagine waking up today to find that everything you know is gone, including your home.
La verdad, ¿te gusto o no? Sí. Entonces, ¿quieres andar conmigo? No.
Anime had people so mad that Crunchyroll completely disabled comments on their entire platform. If you haven't guessed why yet, it's because it's a BL or boys love anime.
I'm still scared that I'm not good. I've always felt like a monster. Long before I was big, but only seen as a monster. Let's just say I'm used to it. I grew tough, 'cause love had only hurt me back. But loving you's a good problem to have, and I'm used to that. But I could get used to it. Yeah, I'm used to that. But I could get used to it. And I'm still scared.
What is that framing, girl? I saved a bunch of sounds.
And I have less patience with you than I can hold in my hand.
I don't lie.
Dear Diary.
Allow me, if you will, to post a picture as...
Happy birthday.
I think I have to get a new barber. One? Meow.
Ooh, got you, man.
Yo, if you think about it, life is like food. Because without you, it's just talk.
This is your reminder to share your art. Even if you shared it.
Are you okay? Dude, if you think about it, love is like a unicorn. Urethra! I've... The credits start to roll.
Hey, if you like me as an artist, would you mind sharing my videos? You don't even actually need to send it to someone. You could just... Wait.
gonna save that audio for later.
You so fucking. Here's a version of the song that you won't believe that this was made by AI, because it is. And these are the horrible sketches behind my art. Is there a cactus where your heart should be? What's up your ass?
I'll help make you fit into a coffin. Your ideal heart rate is 0. Take a good deep breath.
1, 2, 3.
We used to be best buddies.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why am I so stubborn? Why don't I just give up? Is what I would say if I was a little bitch that get.
We used to be best buddies.
These 4 people create a perfect friend. The only time I have to deal with my parents' divorce is Thanksgiving, because they each guilt me into spending it with them. Why are girls allowed to say girlfriend to refer to?
If someone were to break into your house right now, what weapons do you have?
I have 2. I call them fuck around and find out. And you want to know how I'm like a bicycle? Because once people learn how to ride you, they never forget.
There's only 2 things one say, one word.
You just triggered my fight or flight response. And I am a flightless bird.
Did you know that there's a bone in your jaw that opens and closes? Want a break from the ads? 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 Alcohol is cool, but please let the rest of my New Year's Day be quiet. Thank you. Well, guess I'll go home now. Oh, hey there, Psyche. Does it matter who wins the argument?
My head. But then a simple phrase comes to my brain, makes it all feel better. Oh, so much better. Someday I'm gonna be dead. So dead.
Yes, Queen Slave. I lied. I don't actually like sex. Arnie, show us something that...
I'm gonna be just.
To avoid straining your eyes when you're...
This is cool art challenge for all of my fellow. This is cool art challenge for all of my fellow parents with way too many OCs. Find one of your oldest, most treasured OCs from your younger days as an artist. Then draw some fan art of that OC. Fan art that your younger self would be so happy to receive. Here's a cool art challenge for all of my fellow parents with way too many OCs. Find one of your oldest, most treasured OCs from your younger days as an artist. Then draw some fan art of that OC. Fan art that you're... I've seen a lot of sketchbook tours.
Maybe my soulmate died. Maybe I don't know how.
If you want a super cool nickname, the key is to remove the last 3.
Artists, what's a work in progress that you're probably never going to finish? Here's mine. Artists, what's a work in progress that you're probably never going to finish? Here. artists, what's a work in progress that you're probably never going to finish? Here's mine.
And who got it the flowers and when it missed on the rug. All of this could be avoided, all I wanted was to talk. Where's my sketch layer? Oh, I forgot I'm still streaming, by the way.